welcome everyone to the Circle Proposers Day. I just want to tell everyone how happy we are that so many people online and in person from the United States and from other countries have come to join us today. As you can see, we have 566 participants at this event today, which makes it one of the most well-attended Proposers Day in ARPA-H's history. And we're very pleased that we have, I think it's going to be over 150 people in the room all told. And if you take a look at our pie chart up here, we have a fantastic distribution of academic, medical school, companies, institutes, and potential commercialization partners all here and listening today, which just goes to, as you'll hear later on, one of the most important aspects of this program is getting high quality teams together. And so hopefully with the structure we have today, you'll have plenty of time to talk to each other and to see the posters that have been brought by all of you. For those who have presented posters, the poster room is next door. We have asked that everyone who has brought a poster in person to this event also submit a PDF so that everyone online can also see them. And we've opened it up so that everyone who is not presenting a poster, whether they're in person or online, can also submit PDFs. That site will remain open after the event and will be available for you to amp up your teaming opportunities all the way through full proposal due date. I have the great pleasure of introducing our first speaker. He is our newest member of the ARPA-H executive team, and of a wonderful coincidence and a great benefit to this program and to our hearing today is Dr. Rafid Fadul. Rafid is let me make sure I get this right, a pulmonary disease and critical care physician. So he has a lot of overlap with this program. And I'm very pleased to kick off this meeting by handing it off to Rafid.
Hey everybody, Rafid Fadul, Chief Medical Officer here at ARPA-H. I've been here for a whopping month and a half, and so I think I've learned the ropes here. Excited to be here today. This program is very near and dear to my heart for obvious reasons. I'll tell you, when I was a medical student, and you're trying to figure out what specialty you want to go into, and there's hundreds, and you have a very limited amount of time to try to figure this out. What struck out to me was really interesting was the critical care guys, right? They knew everything about everything. And they were the ones that you would turn to when you didn't know what to do next. You went to the critical care guys because they would bail your ass out, right? Now, they weren't the fashion pioneers, because these are the guys who came up with scrub tops and jeans as like the regular look on Saturdays. A lot of nodding faces in here. But they were the ones that stepped in to save the day. And I wanted to be like those guys. And those guys, day in, day out, had to digest a wealth of information. In every single room they walked into, they're overwhelmed with data, right? And every decision they made was a life or death decision. And despite being some of the most brilliant people in the room, always brilliant doctors, they got it wrong 20% of the time. And ICU mortality never really went down significantly, despite the fact that we have all this available resources that we can allocate towards science. And the part that no one said was they have to carry the toll of countless conversations you had with families about withdrawal of care. And I don't even know how to describe these conversations you have with a grieving widow or about to be a widow as you're doing the fourth cycle of compressions and you're not getting that pulse back, right? No one tells you about the weight and the heaviness that you have to carry in those moments, but it's significant and stays with you. And that's the reason why I am so overwhelmed with happiness about this program. When I heard this was going to be out there, I felt such deep pride in the work of ARPA-H and the work of YORM, because I carry that weight of a lot of those losses, and you don't forget them. And we can do better. And we have historically shied away as a scientific community. We've shied away from the ICU and critical care. Why? Because it's too hard. It is hard, right? There's a lot of data points. You need a lot of synergy. You need a lot of collaboration. It's hard to distinguish signal from noise. But hard is our business. This is what ARPA-H does, right? We look for the places where people think it's too hard. That's where we go after. When we think about what is success, success is changing how many people survive critical illness. And in ICU and critical care, more than anywhere else, timelines matter. We don't have the luxury of eventually. We have to resolve this now, right? Every day that we are late, unnecessary deaths have taken place. That's the nice thing about the ARPA model, is that we are a time machine for breakthroughs, right? We do what would be in decades and would otherwise be conceived as impossible. We do it in years, 3 to 5 years, and we make it inevitable. That's the magic of an ARPA. And it's driven, the operating model is that's the special sauce here. It's driven by the PMs. Someone like Yorm sees this idea, is deeply passionate about it, has a deep expertise in it, and he will not rest until this is solved. And that's what makes this work. We look at a performance. We don't look at grants, right? This is not, and this is not a shot at any other organization, but we need you to be the engine here. You are the builders in this room, and we tie the money to the performance against that. And that's also part of the reason we're successful. And the last thing is we design for adoption from day one. I just said in the beginning, we don't have time to wait. This is not about publishing papers. This is about saving lives, right? So there is inherent urgency, and you have to think about the end as soon as you start, right? You always think about discharge as soon as the patient walks in the door. This is not dissimilar to that. I think everyone knows the stats. There's over 7 million Americans treated in the ICU each year. The immune and inflammatory response is fast, it's nonlinear, and it's complex, and it leads to organ failure and death. And we don't have a robust understanding of that today, yet. Circle is building the tools to make the immune system legible and controllable, right? So Circle, critical illness, immunologic reprogramming, and control point learning engine. This is the new digital twin capabilities in AI and diagnostics that we've all needed for quite some time. We'll be able to track immune trajectories, identify control points, and actually enable interventions in a timely fashion. And again, ultimately, save lives. That's how we measure success here. That's our ROI. This is not an academic exercise, right? We will have tight performance metrics. We will strive for very quick initial prototypes, and we will have a pathway to get this tool into clinicians' hands as quickly as possible. This is a full stack challenge, right? And again, this is why it's been so hard and why no one has done it prior to this. But we can do it. We can stack up the data, the diagnostics, the modeling, the clinical integration. We have that ability as a convener, and the evidence is in this room right now, and on the virtual call as well. You are all the engine. You are the best builders in this space, and you are going to be the face of this change. So I am deeply grateful to everyone that's in this room and on this call, because you are going to make this a reality. And if you've not done an ARPA project before, buckle up. It's going to be a very different experience, all right? We move very fast. We are very direct about milestones and risk. There is this tremendous opportunity to partner here, right? And I encourage you today, these proposers days, this is where the magic happens. There's so many brilliant, motivated minds in this room. You have all these opportunities to connect and build teams so you can execute against these technical areas that we're going to learn more about today. And that's it. That's that synergy. This is, the saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. It is exemplified in what's going to happen in this room throughout this day. So my call to action of you is, this is a dare to be great moment. Apply yourselves, bring others to the table, bring others to join ARPA-H. we don't have any shortage of desire to keep on pushing things further. And if you've got great people, send them our way. But for now, the stakes are really simple. We do this right, we will save lives in the ICUs. And with that, I thank you, and I encourage you to let's get building. And now one of the stars of the show, enough with the opening act, Dr. Gina Coast, who's the mission head of the Resilient Systems Office and leading this effort here. Gina.
Thank you, Rafid, for the intro and the inspiring words. He said exactly what needs to be said here in terms of what ARPA-H is trying to do. But I just want to say how excited I am to see everybody here, to have this type of presence online. And first, I want to thank Yoram and his team. They have put in a tremendous amount of work to get Circle developed and to get it to this point where we're having this amazing Proposers Day. Absolutely. Round of applause for Yoram and his team. It's fantastic work. So as Rafid said, I'm Dr. Gina Cost. I am currently the acting director of the Resilient Systems Office. And as Rafid said, right, ARPA-H was created to tackle the toughest challenges in health. The ones that are too complex, too cross-cutting, or too unconventional for traditional approaches. And within ARPA-H, the Resilient Systems Office, RSO for short, focuses on a fundamental truth. Health outcomes are shaped not by single factors, but by complex systems that interact across many scales. RSO's mission is to make those complex systems understandable, predictable, and manageable enough to intervene in with confidence. Health systems, whether they're molecular networks in a cell, large hospital systems, data infrastructure, or population-level dynamics, are deeply interconnected. When one part shifts, others respond. Traditional research often isolates one variable at a time. RSO is taking a systems approach, building tools and models that reveal how the pieces work together. So one way I like to think of how RSO is and how we organize our work is through three core areas. First, we model complex systems. We integrate diverse data, biological, clinical, environmental, and operational into computational models that simulate how systems behave before we act in the real world. Because these systems evolve, our models must evolve too. We build in adaptive frameworks that detect drift, flag uncertainty, and update in real time so that they remain trustworthy under changing conditions. Second, we probe complex systems. We develop new sensing and measurement tools to observe what was previously unobservable. At the same time, we apply advanced analytics to clinical and research data, transforming information into new kinds of sensors that reveal hidden patterns in human health and healthcare delivery. And third, we predict and intervene. We create detection and forecasting methods that identify what is already happening, but not yet visible, and anticipate what may happen next. We design adaptive, multi-target interventions and closed-loop systems that can sense, decide, and continuously strengthen resilience in our healthcare ecosystem. What distinguishes RSO is that we don't just deploy a single technology to solve a single problem. We invest in adaptive, generalizable platforms and tools that reduce complexity itself. So capabilities that can apply across many diseases, environments, and system challenges. And Circle is just a perfect example of what we do here in the Resilient Systems Office. This program is taking one of the most complex biological systems, the immune system, at the very moment it is rapidly changing during critical illness. Circle will probe the complexity, model it, build digital twin capabilities, and identify control points where we can guide interventions. It's an extraordinarily hard problem, a hard challenge. I know you guys know that. But that's exactly the kind of problem that we can solve here at ARPA-H and why ARPA-H was built it's to tackle these types of challenges. And you all know it's such an incredibly important one. On a personal note, in March 2022, so actually exactly 4 years ago, my daughter was in the PICU. She was in the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. It was one of the most defining, intense, scary, and disorienting experiences in my life. And thankfully, my daughter survived, but as you know, many families don't have that type of outcome. So 4 years later, I get to stand up here and I have the privilege of witnessing Yoram execute on this program and watching his team launch Circle. He's bringing together the best technical experts. Just look around this room, online, just bringing together the best technical experts to develop innovative solutions for critically ill patients. Solutions that can give doctors clearer insights, solutions that can guide interventions with greater precision, and solutions that can help ensure that patients and their families aren't paralyzed by uncertainty in the most critical moments. And that's the power of what we can do here at ARPA-H. And with that, it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Yoram Vodovots, Program Manager in the Resilient Systems Office and creator of Circle.
Well, thank you. So this is a really emotional moment for me. Rafid's remarks really kind of set the stage for the really terrible heartbreak that can come from critical illness. And from my own particular journey, getting here, something like 25 years of interest and effort in a really, really hard problem. And in a sense, you're seeing just I'm standing on kind of on the tip of an iceberg. You've seen the smallest part of the tip, Rafid, Gina. The agency is not very big, so we're not the largest iceberg, but behind me stand the entire agency. Everyone at the agency, one way or another, has helped get me here. The goal is to try to solve critical illness. And the way we'd like to do it is to get at it with this concept of precision immunotherapy. But let's take a step back. Rafid alluded to this. There's a human cost. Something like 8 patients a minute admitted to the intensive care unit, over 7 million admissions, of which roughly 4.6 million experience what we could call true critical illness. Most people think of it as very specific causes, for example, sepsis, which is secondary to infection, but really about 2 million are due to diverse causes that are complications of chronic disease, about 1.7 from sepsis, around 1 million from trauma. And then the question is not just what do you have when you come in, it's how do you end up when you come out. So over 2 million patients are affected by what can be called chronic critical illness, which develops in the ICU and leaves the patients that come through an ICU, in a sense, scarred for at least months, if not years. While we're waiting for that, though, since it is relevant to me, but maybe not as much to the folks online, I do want to kind of give a very specific shout out to my team. I was going to do it at the end, but Jeremy Selengut was up on stage. Here, just stand up. So Jeremy, many of you have interacted with him. Wayne Gaylord, some of you have seen him on calls. And then our newest member, Jeff Teigler. When you need to ask questions about anything logistical or related to this, one of them has been handling it, and please feel free to interact with them during the session. People are reacting. I'm seeing all kinds of clapping, so it seems like people are hearing this. Yeah, we're good? Okay. In the middle panel, it's really important to know, these are data that are not published, but that give you a flavor of some of the data that we have had access to. So if you think about sepsis, it's typically thought of as a process that evolves secondary to an infection that leads to organ dysfunction. And it is known that the presence of chronic disease, comorbidities, makes those outcomes for sepsis patients worse. What this graph is showing, however, is that the actual incidence of sepsis rises as a function of underlying comorbidity burden. And this is not something that I believe is kind of penetrated into the consciousness of the public. So there is this kind of intimate relationship across the etiologies that lead to critical illness, which is why our goal is not to focus on any one etiology, but to think of critical illness as a whole. The box over on the right gives you sense of some of the sobering statistics. Anywhere from 10 to 30% mortality, depending on the subgroups. There's higher even mortality in some cases. There's this later death of about 30% in the subsequent year following discharge and extensive morbidity. So this is the human cost. There's also a financial cost. So $70 billion estimated. And I have to say estimated because I really believe that it's an underestimate in terms of how much this costs. For example, if you do the calculations, it says it's $3,000 to $10,000 a day, but I think anybody here who has been in that setting, either on either end as a patient or as a provider, knows that cost is actually a lot higher. And then there's the cost of that chronic critical illness. So this is a huge issue. So the question we asked ourselves is, well, what causes this issue? And we know there's a very major role for a dysregulated immune inflammatory response. And so then in an ARPA-H way, we said, well, what if we could, instead of just being upset about it, standing by as it plays this role, what if we could do something about it? What if we could kind of harness the immune system, reprogram it so that we could get better and faster critical care? And then how do you do that? Using AI. And I'll talk through the thought process behind that. So let's start thinking about the kind of how critical illness evolves. So we talked about a variety of starting points. It could be secondary to infection or injury or a complication of chronic disease. There's the general thought that you get a dysregulated, what I'd call immunoinflammatory response, which is a layperson's way of saying activated innate immunity and adaptive immunity. Most of the concept up until groups like ours and some of you that have been in this room that started to look at this some years back was that then linearly after the initial insult, you get that inflammatory response, which leads to organ dysfunction, which leads to death or some other morbidity. But then it was very difficult to square that with the fact that physicians are kind of always lagging behind the development of the disease. Instead, if you realize from a complex systems point of view that this is a feed-forward process, and this is something that we initially hypothesized and modeled just as data were starting to come online really at around 1999, 2000. We realized there's this feed-forward loop that I would call sort of inflammation to damage to more inflammation. And by definition, by the time you're tracking an organ that's failing, one or another organ is already on the way to failure. So by definition, you're always going to be late, right? And because once you create those two arrows instead of one, being able to predict what this is going to look like for any one person at any one time becomes infinitely difficult in the absence of some help. And that help typically lies in the realm of computational modeling. So currently, we have really inappropriate and insufficient mechanisms to identify what's going on in the patient. And we really, at the other side, have a very, very small tool set with which to intervene, predominantly corticosteroids. What we'd like to do with Circle is to create tissue-aware methods that will identify what is going on, where, and when, and then what to do about that, where, when, how much, et cetera, right? And the assumption is that if you can attenuate that feedback loop by measurement, modeling, and then rational modulation, you'll be able to make significant outcome differences. So what does this look like for people that are not as familiar with the way complex systems evolve when you think about positive feedback, et cetera? So the pink curve shows you the current situation. You get rapid rise, right? And then, of course, there's a kind of uncertainty And it can cross a threshold. And that threshold, the thresholds are a classic feature of complex systems. You could cross a threshold and then that might be associated with dying. What we'd like to be able to do, it seems very simple. We want to reduce the number of days in the ICU. But if you reduce the number of days in the ICU, if you look at the blue curve, what you've done is to achieve that reduction of days in the ICU is not something incremental. You've reduced that threshold significantly, which means your chances of dying go down to, well, ideally 0. So you have less stay in the ICU, which is where all the cost is, and you have less mortality, but you also have less morbidity downstream after discharge. And ideally, all of the detrimental aspects that happen both in and then following the ICU stay become attenuated, or even in an ideal setting, eliminated. So a key part that was mentioned by Rafid, a little bit by Gina as well, is we're trying to learn from the past but not repeat it. So if you look at the history in this field, and I think there are folks here that participated in some of this and have been so disappointed in 125 failed clinical trials or more, over $50 billion of sunk costs in these trials. The key lesson, there's no single magic bullet for critical illness. I just want to let that sink in. Which means that while we might be very enthusiastic about developing new therapies, absent a systems approach of thinking about how those therapies play out, it's just you're hoping for a positive outcome, knowing that all that failure has demonstrated that that positive outcome is not likely to emerge. So the next aspect is, well, okay, what are we going to do about it? So what are the options for solving critical illness? The first one is essentially to wait. There has been iterative improvement. We have sepsis bundles, we have iterative improvements in equipment, iterative improvement in guidelines, et cetera, and it has actually reduced the mortality from what it used to be, for example, in the 80s or 90s. But as Rafid said, we would like to be a time machine, not to just wait for that improvement to occur. So here's another option. You could think through potential intervention points, and many people have many hypotheses and development programs, and you could develop a critical illness specific to companion diagnostic or an endotype for each and every single possible immunotherapy, right? And that may work here and there, but it doesn't really scale. It's not a system that you can do, because the cost for every single piece of that development added up together is astronomical. So instead, following with the ethos of the Resilient Systems Office that Gina just described, we want to think about the system as a whole. And what is the system? So we want to think of the entire process of therapy development, diagnosis, and treatment as a system and attempt to solve the entire problem. The question that then transposes into, what if if we're thinking about an AI-based approach, what if the same computational model could be used to define the therapeutic targets, run virtual clinical trials of those targets, and predict an individual patient's trajectory and impact of those therapies on it, right? If you just let that sink in, that's a parsimonious approach in terms of how you spend your time and your resources. So this is the CIRCLE program, in short. So the goal is to empower clinicians to attenuate this positive feedback of immunoinflammation and to mitigate this resultant cascading multi-system organ failure for individual patients, not based on statistical subgroups, using digital twins as the core methodology. So the 3 technical areas are centered on measurement and monitoring, so to develop novel real-time biomarkers and sensors, very open-ended about what those will be and what they can be, to help define the immune state something like 10 times better and faster than we do right now. And these data are not data to be used in a machine learning exercise. They are data that are appropriate to feed the second TA, TA2, which will model and discover, using immune system digital twins to identify the right intervention at the right time for the right patient before organ dysfunction occurs, ideally, of course, before death happens, et cetera. And some people in the room, myself included on the academic side, we spent time on this exercise, which is getting data, doing modeling, making predictions about what could happen. And honestly, we stopped there most of the time because the resources needed to do the real hard step to validate all of that are often very expensive and difficult to put together. And so to try to solve that, we built the third TA, TA3, centered on modulation and validation, to test these immune-targeted therapies in critical illness broadly. The goal ultimately is, and again, we had to come up with a quantitative goal. It's already a big one. Anybody who understands the ICU and understands what it means to reduce length of stay, setting a 25% reduction in ICU length of stay is actually a very ambitious target. But again, for the people that don't quite get what that means, the figure I showed before, that really means you're taking somebody who could possibly die into somebody that likely will not die. So it's a phase shift. Ultimately, this is not a lab exercise. So from the beginning, as Rafid said, we want to integrate these tools and think about how they're going to integrate into the ICU as soon as possible. Meaning, we have to keep the end goal in mind, constantly, iteratively, et cetera. Right? So you need to think about that. So let's imagine what this is going to look like. Imagine someone gets admitted to the ICU, and let's just use a theoretical, following a traumatic car accident. Right now, what would happen is they are going to get admitted to the ICU. There'll be all kinds of frantic activity to try to understand what's going on with this patient. There will be organ failure treated with various options, somewhat reactively. Maybe there will be hopeful signs. Maybe there'll be a need to vacate that ICU room because of other patients that are coming online. And so there might be a weaning, a reduction of organ support, maybe a transfer out of the ICU. But because of that underlying positive feedback nature of the system, it will come roaring right back, right? And then you might end up in something like a cardiac arrest and you return to the ICU and you die. And again, there's so many infinite variety of trajectories we could have mapped out here. After Circle, what we'd like to be able to think will happen will be that very early on, there will already be an assessment of the immune state. There will be personalized computational modeling and identification of precision therapy. That would mitigate this rising organ dysfunction and allow for earlier discharge from the ICU and ideally result in better health after discharge of the ICU. Right? And you can now see these two curves relative to that hypothetical scenario that I showed you before. So ultimately, what this is going to result in is the quantitative metric of fewer days in the ICU and lower morbidity, mortality, and chronic disease. So when we think about these three TAs, we need to think about where we are now and where we're going in the future. And by the way, what I'm showing you here, we show this in ARPA-H presentations at Proposers Days and many other presentations before we ever get here. But for any of you that might be thinking about becoming a program manager, this is the thought process. Like, where are we now? Where are we headed? And what's it going to take to get there? And what are the resources that are developing or could be developed in the near horizon that could get us there? So this is that mind map in a way in front of you here. So if we think about breaking this into the TA1, TA2, TA3, measurement, modeling, and modulation, right now we may have, on the measurement side, it might be a 24-hour wait time. For certain diagnostics, we'd like to cut that down into 1 to 2 hours. Right now, we might be looking at maybe tens of biomarkers. And by that, I mean actionable biomarkers that are actually useful, not just everything that actually gets measured in a blood sample. And we want to make that into at least hundreds, right? Or the equivalent of hundreds. And so that's how we kind of come up with this broad envelope of a tenfold better assessment of the state. At the modeling side, models are being used right now. We have scoring systems, SOFA, other scoring systems. They're models, they're statistical models, right? But they're really not precise and they're not able to be predictive far enough in advance to be able to do something about it. And they are, again, centered on the organ support aspect of the process. So what we want is to change that up so that you can have these patient-specific digital twin models. You can improve the diagnosis and prognosis by conservatively sort of twofold and predict outcomes. And then ultimately at the level of modulation, we want to allow for an expansion of the toolkit in that regard through precision anti-inflammatory immune mitigating therapies and reduce the ICU length of stay. So there are a variety of tools that are available for that. And the ultimate vision is an integrated vision of measurement, modeling, and modulation. And hence this program is an integrated program. Sometimes in ARPA-H programs, you will have a separate technical area 1, technical area 2, technical area 3. We felt it was absolutely necessary to have this be an integrated effort. So what is this gonna look like, right? I think it's actually helpful to have a visual, because not everybody thinks or understands what the impact of a digital twin-based decision support system might actually play out like. So imagine a patient enters the ICU, a complete biomarker panel, and we're being very open-ended about what that biomarker panel means, but a complete biomarker panel that assesses the immunoinflammatory state of the patient is taken, right? This is then fed into digital twin models, which predict patient-specific potential actionable pathways. This then results in a decision support, and let's imagine, just for the sake of argument, that you're, say, repurposing an existing FDA-approved drug that targets that particular pathway, and that gives now the physician the grounds that they need to be able to request that from the pharmacy and administer it to the patient. Because they need that rationale, especially when you're talking about expensive biologicals, for example. All right, so for the sake of argument, we're gonna say that didn't really work out so well, and you had some sense of improvement, but it didn't really work out. So you go through the circle again. You get an entire set of biomarkers again. You go through and you update the model again, right? And let's say now you've updated again, maybe just enough time had to elapse until that particular new control point that had been kind of below the detection limit now shows up, right? So now you realize there actually was a second target there the whole time that you didn't appreciate before. So then you go around and you now administer a second drug, right? Sticking within the world of the drugs. And just again, for reasons of time, we will just say that at this point, this was good enough to be able to give you measurable indices and indications that the process is being mitigated. So that's what we expect to happen. And it's important to think about the fact that the amount of time that elapses is in the hours range to get to this, right? So that means you need to think about very rapid means of doing these assessments, rapid means of integrating the data into the digital twins and updating them, rapid means of getting output from them and getting actionable information to the intensivists and the care team. So we think we can do this because I think there are a lot of enabling technologies that have come online over the past few years that make this feasible. But there's also, as we like to call them, ARPA hard challenges. So if we think about technical area 1, the sky's the limit, right? A lot of work on obtaining a real definition of the immune system. The immune system has been sort of the favorite interest for computational biologists. I make a joke sometimes that says that computational biologists love immunology, although immunologists often hate computational biologists. But and if you stop anybody in the room who does that, you know you've been there. So the point is that technology has evolved very rapidly, right? In terms of the breadth that it could assess things. You can think about integrating indirectly what's happening in the immune system by integrating neural circuits, for example. There are a variety of other ways that you could assess this the immune system, right? But there's also very hard challenges. So you might be comprehensive, but are you parsimonious? Is your diagnostic test that happens in that first step of the circle an incredibly expensive piece of the treatment puzzle, and so therefore it's not going to get adopted by any healthcare system? Are you getting signals that indicate what's happening in a tissue-specific way? Are you integrating all this into that ICU workflow? The second part of this is the digital twin side. So on the digital twin side, And there are people in this room and online that have contributed tremendously to this multi-scale modeling of, and technologies and techniques, a lot on multimodal data streams and explosion in compute power. But at the same time, there are also many challenges, And those challenges are listed there, sort of how to update the system, how do you build these digital twins, how do you validate them? And then ultimately at the level of therapy, we have a lot of drugs, we have a lot of approaches, we have the established and possible feasible ICU realistic animal models, but the challenges relate to how do you correlate preclinical to clinical studies, how do you apply all of this to FDA approved therapies or new therapies that you might be thinking about developing. So now I really want to make it clear that I want to take a step back from all of this to talk about what we're not interested in, right? From the point of view of TA1 and TA2, I really want to get across the idea that purely data plus machine learning are insufficient. I'm showing a super abstract diagram of the kind of feedback loops that occur, the body systems that are impacted, et cetera. And you can see all of these feedbacks within feedbacks, right? And some of that can be interrogated in a data-driven fashion. You can make t-SNE and UMAP plots of some parts of it, but they're often static. They're very much about the pattern. And then it's an assessment of, is that pattern similar or different to in this setting versus this other one, right? It's not a tractable system for thinking dynamically about a dynamic process like critical illness, right? So instead, we want to understand that the pattern is the description, but not the mechanism. Although it can be used to understand what's going on, but it isn't as directly mappable to the entire end-to-end process. The other thing is, so what we're saying is that you need to contextualize what any intervention is going to do in the context of the patient's evolving physiology and pathophysiology and immune response. And there's a need to get the right set of sort of information channels and control points, right? And that could be complex. They could be getting insights into these feedbacks that are shown there on the left might require different windows, different lenses. So how do we contextualize? So if we visualize this kind of abstract digital twin that has body systems and the immune response and et cetera, we could imagine a situation where we can look at current and existing therapies. We can look at all the therapies that have failed. We could reimagine them again. We could think about the use of all kinds of emerging new drug or candidates or biologicals that attack different systems. We can consider recontextualizing current hemodynamic management in the context of immune impact, a lot of experimental therapies, these neuromodulation devices. Really, the sky's the limit. And we can even think about situations where you're thinking about new devices that are coming online, and we are really trying to set up a connection to the FDA so that we can have a discussion about what's in the pipeline, and maybe we can impact what's in the pipeline. Because it could be that we will be building the next generation of devices that require the right regulatory framework around them. And again, it's just so open nowadays. You can think of physical therapy, you can think of situations like diet, all kinds of ways that you're modulating the immune response. We want you to think in the most open-ended and creative way possible about how it is that you can impact the immunoinflammatory response in a multimodal fashion that is predictable from these digital twin models, right? Don't constrain yourself to what has been done before. Now, there's probably people in this audience, in person or online, who are a little bit worried about everything I've just said now, right? So So if you're a vendor that's currently got a solution that is running inside the electronic health record or is getting data from that and providing decision support, you might everything I've just said now might seem like we're trying to displace you, but we're not. So if you look at the picture that I showed you, and this is a simplification, if we just think about it from a biologist's point of view of this feed-forward loop of inflammation to organ dysfunction and back to inflammation, it's a circle, right? It's the vicious cycle for which we're trying to come up with a virtuous cycle to solve. And because of that, at any given moment, the signal might come from an organ dysfunction metric, or it could come from an immune dysfunction metric, right? So I will go out on a limb and I will just say that I think current critical illness scoring systems, machine learning systems that are based on the EHR, these emerging large language model-based systems pretty much are tracking organ dysfunction, right? And so think of it as that circle, digital twins will complement them by really helping contextualize that to the immune system and giving you that immune dysfunction signal faster, right? In a way that connects to the organ dysfunction signal coming out of these existing or emerging integrated approaches in the ICU. I would like to believe that from a clinician's point of view, this would result in fewer and more actionable alerts, right? People don't talk about it that much, but this idea of alert fatigue is a huge problem, especially when a lot of that alert doesn't really tell you what to do properly or even misdirects. So let's talk about programmatically what we need. What we need is to get these 3 technical areas to act in an integrated fashion to achieve ambitious goals in a very short time frame. So to give you an idea for what that time frame is, it's 3 phases, where phase 1 is basically 3 years, and then each of the next 2 phases is 1 year. You can think of the first phase as research and development, the second phase as sort of an in silico and clinical evaluation, and ultimately a pre-transition phase. This is very hard to do, right? Everything has to work in lockstep, right? And we're going to add this extra component that I'll talk about in a minute to help accelerate this process, what we call the acceleration platforms. Let's call it the circle outside the circle that helps create a flywheel effect that makes the whole thing run faster and better. Because of this, we need a highly integrated effort, and we are expecting that this integration will be led by the project lead. And it seems maybe semantic to say, of course, the project lead's going to lead. But having experienced this, having been a technical area lead myself on at least one program, on an integrated program like this, for those of you that have not worked in these kinds of paradigms, you will be expected to meet milestones. Those milestones, especially as you move forward in development, start to blur, whether it's a TA1 milestone or a TA2 milestone or a TA3 milestone. And what ends up happening inevitably is one member of the team starts looking at the other member of the team and says, well, actually, that was your problem. I'm not doing this because I couldn't get this done by you. And I totally understand that, because I was one of those people saying that exact thing. So we are fully expecting and creating milestones that fall right into the lap of the project lead, because that person will be held accountable, and that component will be held accountable for absolutely meeting those milestones across or connect across TAs. So that's one way that we're trying to kind of close the gaps. I've shown that circle, this picture, as having kind of gaps purposely, right? So the other way we'd like to think we're supporting this is the acceleration platform. So there's a component in ARPA programs that's called IVNV, or Independent Verification and Validation. For some of you that have worked in DARPA or other related or ARPA-H maybe programs. IVNV typically is an external party that sort of oversees and verifies that the work being done is actually reproducible, which is great. It's an absolutely necessary function. Again, my own experiences in this field suggest that you can sometimes set up an adversarial relationship between the performer team and the IVNV team, because the IVNV team inevitably seems like a cop looking over your shoulder and sort of looking for your points of failure. It might even be interpreted as if the agency is trying to take its money back, right? So we put an IVNV in there so that we can come up with lots of reasons we can take our money back. And let me just tell you, that is absolutely not what we're interested in. We are interested in accomplishing the goal, right? Our interest is not to take our money back. Our interest is to have that money accomplish what it set out to do. And so the IVNV component, I realized, needed to be kind of rethought, especially in a complex integrated process like this, where the likelihood of having a single external performer that can do all the three things that we think are so hard to do is probably very low. And so we spent some time thinking about it, and we came up with the following structure. So for the TA1, your job is to get data. You have to probably come into the project with data already because, again, the timeline, look at the timeline and just think to yourself, if I was on this timeline, can I propose starting to gather data on day one and still meet milestones? Probably not, right? So you're coming in with data. You're going to be generating data. AP1 will check the data. They will take your data, they will check it, they will put it into a data set. But our goal is to provide back way more data than you ever put in, because we're working behind the scenes to try to get access to large-scale data sets that sit within the federal government in various ways to help support this and to help create for the first time, what will be a state-of-the-art data set for critical illness, broadly, not just on one indication, with the possibility and the intent to generate secondary data products that we hope will permeate broadly into the community. So we understand that at the end of the day, only a small number of interested and potentially capable performers will be funded by us. That's just the nature of how this operates. And we really don't want to have it end like that or create a kind of sense that there's a set of groups that are sort of chosen and everybody else is sort of second best. What we want to be able to do is say to groups that are smaller, groups that have got difficulty accessing resources, we're putting on the table products that will benefit all of you and hopefully generate all kinds of knock-on, follow-on developments that are probably even unanticipated by us at this moment. Similar fashion, Acceleration Platform 2, or AP2, one of the key problems with computational modeling, especially this kind of large-scale, multi-scale mechanistic modeling, is that it's often kind of a lab-grade process. It's dependent on the people that made it. The student leaves, the postdoc leaves, the code changes. Again, I ran a lab that did this. So this is not like an abstract exercise where I read a paper where somebody wrote that that's what happened. This is a thing I've lived. I've lived most aspects of this. So the point is that you want to be able to take this, we want you to take this to the FDA. The FDA has got evolving guidance about the use of in silico modeling, but it needs to be on a standardized platform. So normally you would need to budget for that and you would need to put effort into that if this was a standalone piece that we asked every single team to do. And instead it's much more efficient, right, to have it done in a single performer, AP2. Now, of course, the IVMV function means you have to turn your models over to AP2 and they're going to play with them. So make sure your models work because they're going to be tested and questions can come back, right? So it's a two-way street. And the ultimate deliverable is an FDA-compliant digital twin to aid in these regulatory filings. And then finally, I think maybe the biggest piece of all, we know that we expect you to do validation. It might be in largest animal models and some other ancillary models that you might use that are preclinical. Ultimately, however, we want to get an early sense of whether this can actually work. And so we want to leverage existing adaptive platform trials consortia, or anyone that wants to step up and set one up in a short period of time. And this is not just to test the biomarkers, the digital twins, et cetera. This is a focus group of people that actually work in an ICU that will tell you whether the widget you're working on has a chance of working or not. Meaning you're going to get ruthless feedback from clinicians. Actually, some of the nicest people I know are clinicians, but they can actually be quite ruthless, right? For the reasons Rafid mentioned at the beginning. So you're going to get a lot of feedback. And it's going to happen immediately from the word go, right? And regularly throughout the process. And it'll be in two ways. It'll be feedback that will involve one team getting its own feedback from us, my team, and a panel of subject matter experts. But then that'll be once every 6 months. And then the second time, for the second 6 months, there will be almost like a Shark Tank style panel where you will go head to head with your other performer team members of the program. And everyone will put their story up in front of this panel. And the expectation is not 55 slides with a lot of lab grade stuff. It's pitch deck style slide decks that can get that message across, right? So everybody has to think in those kind of terms. So ultimately, this will accelerate the core part of what we're trying to do, which is to get this out into the real world. We're going to have a commercialization and transition session a bit later that Ramon Feliciano and I will spearhead, and hopefully have a lot of discussion around that as well. Right. So this is a very streamlined set of kind of milestones and deliverables. Look at those big red vertical lines. Those are the phase transition boundaries. If you look and you feast your eyes on that carefully, you'll get a sense that actually we expect a down select to happen in the boundary from phase 1 to phase 2. Now, this is about whether you can meet milestones or not. And the milestones are not just technical ones. This commercialization that I just talked about, you will have to meet commercialization-related milestones, including obtaining external funds to show that there's actual progress in that direction. Not we take 5 years and then eventually we'll get a funding partner. So this is a fundamental rethink of the way a lot of academic-centered project proposals go. You really need to, I can't tell you officially what you should do, but I would say that you are well served to show up with a commercialization partner on day one. And we'll talk about that more. And as Jeremy showed at the beginning, we have a very large number of potentially interested parties spread across all areas. So this is not just the people that know how to wrangle data. These are people that know how to do modeling. This is people that know how to do aspects of clinical trials. So talk to them. Ultimately, the goal is to get this into the ICU, get out new products. And again, I won't talk about it too much because we're going to have a separate session on this. The very first thing, this question comes up. What's in bounds? What's in scope? We're going to focus on critical illness broadly, and really pretty much in adults. The reason is that Gina gave a heartbreaking story on the pediatric case, and we really want to be able to go there at some point. But the issue is that one of the key goals is to be able to put together diverse approaches to get one sort of large-scale view into what's going on in critical illness. And we can talk about that a little bit more in the Q&A. And the pediatric critical illness is just different enough from what happens in adults that likely needs to be a separate effort. Now, that doesn't mean that if you come in with a focus on adults and say, I also want to test some of this in children, we would love that. But you have to have the adult part. But anyway, laundry list of any kind of aspect of critical care and critical illness you can think of. There's people here that can come up with more, I'm sure. The point is that you, as I said, any other populations, if you can justify them. So now the question comes up about validation of the control points. We want them to be generalizable across critical illness etiologies. So if you come in with something that's highly sepsis specific, that's a terrific thing. It's just not for our program, right? We need it to be generalizable, right? Hence the heavy modeling effort. And I'll leave it at that. So now, the upper sentence I have, I'm going to stop here for a minute and let everyone read it. Please read the solicitation, the ISO as we call it, okay? I will say it. Adria Robinson, who's here, when she talks, she will say it. I think you'll get tired of everyone saying it. You will be surprised, but my team and I spent like, in ARPA-H, I don't know, conservatively, of real time, something like 9 months putting that document together. So like delivering a baby. It's our baby. We're kind of proud of it. We really like all the parts of it. So please make sure that you love our baby as much as we love our baby. Okay? So what does this mean? So we want to be able to make sure that at the end of the program, we have detection of biomarkers that indicate the status, dynamics, and the organ tissue level variation in the immune system or dynamic trajectories. We want to be able to have mechanistic computational modeling of the immune system based on individualized patient data, right? This digital twin. We very much want to make sure that we can recapitulate the known trajectories of immune dysregulation and create forward prediction for unknown trajectories, right? Predict outside the training data, right? We are doing everything we can to make sure you have data available to you for validation. That'll be what AP1 will work on. And of course, if you can come in with your own data sets that enable you to do that, so much the better, because if we run into difficulties getting you those data sets, we want to make sure that you're able to do it. So go for that ambition, make sure you can back it up. Sorry, this is just continuing to go fairly slow. So we want to predict immune system control points. That's the name of the program, and the impact of them of FDA targeted or immune targeted FDA approved medications, as well as novel interventions. We can have this more in the Q&A. It needs to be at a technology readiness level of at least a 4 or 5 if you're going to come in with something that's new. And you need to be able to have demonstrable wherewithal to take it all the way to meet all the milestones. So we very much want to stimulate new technologies. We are aware that that's hard, right? So, but we'd love it if you could do that. Ultimately, we want the validation of these simulations to occur in the context of preclinical as well as clinical studies. And that's hopefully AP3 and a lot of in silico. And then, again, I'll come back to this idea of a major focus on transition and commercialization. So what will not be in the program? Some of it I've already said. Read the ISO. We wrote it everywhere. About every section tells you what's out of scope. So pure discovery and technology development, efforts that lack a clear focus on transition or commercialization. This is not an R&D only exercise. Any efforts that develop a solution that will benefit only one specific subpopulation without demonstrable impact for the others. And again, and this last one, I know that there are folks here that focus on this. Focus on sort of elimination or detection of pathogens, infectious agents is super important. Other agencies are funding some of those efforts. We would love to include some of that here as part of this broader context, but it cannot be the only thing. Diagnosis only. Fantastic, not useful for us, right? And efforts that are focused purely on machine learning. Now, by the way, if you have ideas around all of these things, consider submitting an application to become a program manager and put those ideas in and see how they fare, right? Like you never know. And if there's a compelling story that you have to tell, don't think of it as I failed to meet the criteria for Circle. Think of it as Circle jogged me, pushed me into thinking how I might want to take that extra step like I did outside of the relative comfort of academia to go take something like this on. Just putting that out there. So I'm going to sort of wrap up. We are focused on not just making this an R&D effort. We want to make lives better for everyone. We want to be able to empower clinicians and hospitals to carry out better critical care. We realize that most people, and this is a major issue for us, most people don't wake up at some day and go, hey, I could be dying of critical illness, because anybody can die of critical illness, right? And when you are critically ill, you're in a state that pretty much is not conscious for a good chunk of the time. And really, it's about the physicians and the health systems that are taking care of you. So that's a primary target. But of course, the patients are the ones that go through the process and have to come out of it. And we expect to make their lives better. We expect that this will require solutions that are brought forward in the commercial space. So we think industry will benefit. And we think that not only are we going to get a lot of input from regulators, we're hoping to influence the regulatory conversation as well. And then in the larger picture, we want to think about how this will impact. We're asked about this all the time. What's going to happen in 5 years? How will this impact the world in 10 years? So you can read the list as well as I do. We want to be able to have demonstrable impact in 5 years. And you've seen the timeline. You've seen the things that we are asking to do. You've read the ISO. I'm sure everyone here has. So generating a comprehensive data set of dynamic immune changes in critically ill patients, and then the associated AI, and also separately, we think we will generate foundation models. We will generate these digital twins and their ability to drive rational decision-making around immune system control points. Everybody here, I think, can stop and think and realize we are building immune system digital twins that are being battle-tested in the ICU, but they're going to be immune system digital twins, which I believe could be useful for many, many other things. So efforts being put in here, you can almost already start thinking about how you might apply them downstream, right? And we can have that discussion. Prototype diagnostic products and initial clinical validation. And then in 10 years, we hope to really be at the stage where this is improving clinical outcomes for actual patients and alleviating this tremendous burden on the patients. And I didn't state it, but Rafid said it so eloquently, the physicians who take care of them as well. We want to be able to drive increased stakeholder investment in this space. One really bad consequence of the lack of progress in this field has been that financial investment has kind of gone somewhere else. And I'm really happy to note, at least at the last time I checked, that at least 5 different venture capital firms are represented, at least in the online audience. And I hope you're hearing us and want to talk, because we need to bring new money into this, right? And that's a fundamental aspect of this, thinking of this as a system beyond just the biological parts or the clinical parts of the system. Ultimately, and some of you may think of it already in the proposals, we might want to drive innovation towards autonomous ICU care. Some of that discussion was brought up earlier. We have been, literally yesterday, spoke with someone at the FDA that is kind of in that realm. And so it'll be very interesting to see, and this person was very interested in what this program is about. So it'll be very interesting to see how that evolves. And so I will pretty much stop there and give you guys time for a bit of a break, and we'll pick up. Thank you.
I want to congratulate Yoram for finishing precisely on time. I think that is unprecedented. I'd also like to tell the online audience that we will be reconvening at 11 a.m., but this is a great time to check out the Circle teaming site, where over 150 groups have put their information about their capabilities and their interests, and also to look at the PDF sharing site to see some of the posters that the rest of the people in the room are now going to be checking out in the next room. And we'll see you all back at 11. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you all had a great time meeting each other. So this is the first of 3 Q&A sessions that we're going to have during the day. We're going to break up the sessions by rough topic. So in this first one, we would love to hear questions that have to do with what you've heard so far about the technical areas and the acceleration platforms in terms of the capabilities, the requirements of the ISO for those particular areas. In the second session, after Adrian Robinson speaks about how to propose to ARPA-H, we can answer questions about some of the particulars of proposals and who can propose. And we will definitely be handling the question a lot of people have asked about multiple people from the same institution or proposing and such like that. Let's hold those questions, please, until the second session. In the afternoon, also, we're going to have a third Q&A session where we'd love to hear questions about the transition and commercialization aspects of the program. And after we are done with those, we can come back to any outstanding open questions of any type. So Without further ado, I'm going to bring Yoram back up to the stage, and we can start with questions at the microphone. Again, please focus on the technical areas and the acceleration platforms. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me all right? And I came prepared with a caffeinated beverage, so.
Hi, good morning. Brian Kelly from BioLink. A general question about the TA1 in terms of it's like a 3-year period of performance. Many of the biomarkers that could be of great interest may take actually some R&D effort to develop. So I was just curious about what the intent was for proposals. Is it okay to include some elements that would require R&D where the biomarker wouldn't actually be able to be measured until perhaps a 3rd year, but could add a lot of value?
So obviously I'm familiar with BioLink and what you do. Maybe I think the nuance there that I think you're getting at is it's not the biomarker, but the specific platform that will be used to assay biomarkers, right? So I think that obviously you have to think through what that development timeline is, find efficiencies and parallelization wherever possible. I think you're familiar a little bit with how ARPA-H operates. I think the main thing is you can have ground truth reference biomarkers assessed by some other means, right? Thinking through that if it's got some aspect of tissue specificity, you need to be able to do that in the tissue specific manner, while in parallel developing, let's call it the platform that will do the actual measurement, right? Because then you're in combination, you're getting kind of ground truth measurements using established techniques, while developing the platform that will be hopefully the one that you're going to be developing in terms of how you're proposing that. Also, we would expect a lot of interaction with AP3 at the level of, so you've got your widget, making sure that even if it's not assessing the biomarkers you intend to ultimately, the actual usability of it in an ICU scenario is being tested. So the idea is to get a lot of feedback, which could impact R&D directions as early as possible.
A little bit of a follow-on question. So I understand exactly what you're saying about the platform. That makes perfect sense. But there may be certain specific biomarkers that require R&D to be developed on the base platform. Would those, as long as those could be completed within the first year or two, could those be included in a proposal?
I think you need to look through the milestones, honestly, because you need to look at what we've, and I don't want to get into the detail of them because there's a lot. You need to look at them carefully. We expect, of course, that each team will create its own custom version of a scope of work or task description document that takes our milestones and converts it to the specifics of what they're proposing. You need to make the case and show us that you're at least addressing the intent of those milestones.
Thank you.
I can't get more prescriptive than that
Very
because
helpful.
we'd have to see what you're.
Thank you.
Hey, so follow up on that, one clarification
Could
point.
you please introduce
all right.
yourself,
I'm
since
sorry.
I know
I'm
you,
sorry.
but others
Okay.
may not.
So my name's Gary Ahn. I'm from the University of Vermont. I work on critical illness digital twins. So the follow up then. So what I'm hearing is that by the end of year 3, you have the platform you're going to deliver clinically with the down selected biomarkers that you want that will be used in your platform trial to be run moving forward. Or
It's got to be in a very good state with the next year's efforts being refinement.
Okay.
You can't be saying at the end of year 3 or at year 2.99, hey, I've got this really great idea. I just,
Got
yeah, right? Like it needs to be close to prime time,
Okay.
knowing that you're going to have a year to, or less than a year, to make the case that it's ready to go into the final phase.
Got it. And then the other question has to do with the breadth of the initial net that you want to cast with respect to biomarkers. Are you interested in down selecting candidates from a particular assay, or do you want a diversity of molecular target types initially that you can down select from that might require multiple devices to measure those particular things?
So, and this should be music to your ears, we want the digital twin be the guiding force for that,
Okay.
right? So you make the digital twin, at whatever scale. It has to be able to accomplish the tasks assigned to TA2, right? And then by transfer to AP2. So then the data requirements for that are whatever that is, right? So this is very much an engineering first, model first, come up with a design, right? Now, am I ruling out the possibility that your digital twin's getting refined and so then you're still working through exactly what you're gonna need to assay, and also at the same time you're measuring a superset of things that might eventually make it into the digital twin? Sure, for a period of time, right? Up to a point for a reasonable cost. Like you can add a million caveats around that, and we could certainly are not gonna restrict the possibility that from the data you gather as you're doing this kind of down select, you could have secondary purely data-driven outputs, right? If you get something beneficial out of that. It just, that tail can't be wagging the dog.
Okay. And I'm sorry, one last question.
Sure.
On page 22, table 2, for the metrics for year 4, under the TA3 validation, it says animal,
Yes.
right? Who is responsible for that animal model, and do we need to budget it if it is a project's responsibility to do it?
Yeah, so it is a TA3 responsibility. We debated upfront whether we would create a single unified large animal core for everybody to use. We had discussions in that regard. There are pros and cons. There's a certain amount of economy. There's the ability to compare head to head. There's also a single point of failure. So we decided that the teams would need to budget on their own. Now let's talk about the budgeting. When you're doing an ICU realistic animal model, the expectation is that it will be an ICU realistic animal model, meaning it's not a survival study in 4 hours or when everybody needs to go home. It's going to have to be a multi-day study. It's expensive. It's going to require a lot of resources. And we understand that getting those resources online and then maybe they're not being used every single day, right? The easiest solution is just pay all the salaries, just pay for everything, and we'll use it as needed, and you can come up with an estimate for that, right? We want you to think instead like a contract research organization. How much actual time, how much actual in supplies, how much actual in animals when it's being used, and it needs to be flexible enough to turn on and turn off and do the cost budgeting appropriately. I know this is straying over to the budgeting side, but I'm sure questions like this will come up on the contract.
But based on your answer, if you're going to be responsive to everything in the ISO, you need to have that animal model in your budget for year 4 should you progress to that point. That is
well, you need it in years. Ideally, you really want it already in the first phase.
I understand.
And then it's just that by this phase 2, there's going to be kind of make it or break it decisions that have to happen that you need to convince us. We need to be convinced that this has a chance of working. Now, let's talk about that. If there was some way, I could imagine a way you could do it a different way. Let's imagine you're going to focus strictly on FDA-approved therapies, for example, and you think you could do small scale phase 2-ish trials in patients or something. I mean, there would have to be a discussion about that. Because that posture is evolving. If you thought you could put that in a purely human context and avoid the animal work, I just don't think it's very likely, given all the.
And you'd have to budget for that.
And you'd have to budget for that too.
Your particular project.
And you'd have to budget for that too, with all the same caveats.
All right, thank you.
Exactly right.
Hey, Alex Charney from Mount Sinai. I'm a researcher who does these types of human cohort studies. And I have a question on the expectation in TA1 regarding the prospective cohort building and sample collection and data generation.
Right.
You mentioned unofficially coming with data is a good strategy. And also you mentioned working with the federal government to bring to bear existing data sets for this program. And I'm still trying to understand, is the expectation with TA1 a big new cohort generating a big new multi scale molecular data set, because that would really blow up the budget, versus is the expectation really existing data sets are going to drive the training of this model?
So the answer to that is related to a bit of the answer that I gave Gary before. Your digital twin, the TA2 component, needs to be clearly implicated in the rationale for what it is that what data you're going to gather, because that's the data that'll be in the TA1 diagnostic side, right? It's not just data and there's a twin. There's a digital twin that says, for me to be able to recapture what's going on in this patient and predict forward what's going to happen, I need these data at this frequency, right? And those two pieces are really important. Now, that's the piece that we're going to pay for, right? Like if you said, no, I need to gather all the data that's possible, and then maybe I'll down select to 10% of that data for when the digital twin gets ready, that's not going to really be viable. We are not paying for generating another big data set. Part of our problem, and it's an editorial comment, is that a lot of those data sets are sitting behind various restrictions. We're working hard to unlock those restrictions. We don't want to create yet another data set that might fall into that same situation. So the data set that's generated has to be rationally connected to the digital twin, right? So you may be measuring fewer things that you might have in some other study, but more frequently, right? That's a thing to think about, which then ties to the assay methodology, right? So everything is integrated. Think of it as a design first exercise. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Bobby Reddy from Prognosis. I have two regulatory related questions.
Okay.
The first question is, regulatory approval takes a long time. It took us 4 years from after our product was done until approval. We got tossed around. They told us 510K and then they told us de novo. It took a long time. If we're a TA performer, should we budget for TA2? Should we budget regulatory interactions, or is that mostly on the AP2 side?
Fantastic question. The answer is yes. So we can help make connections. We can help even run interference to try to get changes made because of explaining, look, this is the evolving landscape. I think the FDA, for preliminary discussion, seems very open to that idea. They want to get that feedback. But it is on each team to come in with the regulatory expertise needed to meet those milestones. Yep.
So we should include, it's not just
Absolutely.
AP2. We have to work in concert with AP2 to talk to
you
the
can have your, right. So what AP2 is doing, AP2 is not doing your regulatory work for the TA2 teams. Okay. What AP2 is doing is it's taking the modeling component and making that compliant with regulatory filings, right? It's doing two things. It's checking whether the model even works, right? It's not simulating a particular set of outcomes because of an artifact of the particular software that's being used. When placed on a platform that is robust and set up for regulatory filings, it still works the way you expect it to work. So there's that's the IV&V component. But the net result is a regulatory compliant digital twin, right? So that part, that's what AP2 does. Now, of course, they will need to work with the FDA to work with that, but they need to also demonstrate that they have got experience in doing that, right?
So it's kind of more general.
But from the TA2 point of view, at this level of understanding the evolving regulatory landscape, that can be under TA2, it can be under the team integrator, it can be under a variety of components, because that impacts everything. It impacts diagnostic capabilities, that part of it under TA1, right? So you really want to think of it as you need regulatory support, or just come in with demonstrating you know how to do it. But you need that support across the whole TA team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question has to do with TA3 and AP3 for a human clinical trial. In the guidance for co-development of companion diagnostics, the phase 2 is a prospective retrospective trial where you recruit both the patients that are indicated that would benefit from a drug, along with the patients that were indicated may be harmed by the drug. You recruit both, and then you retrospectively analyze it. And that's to build evidence both that the companion diagnostic works to recommend patients that would benefit along with the harm. So the trial that you guys are talking about here, is that going to follow the guidance? Is it a prospective retrospective trial, or will the biology be measured in real time to decide whether or not the patient should make it into the trial?
That's a great question. So and it may be one that we need to discuss with some FDA colleagues a bit more to get guidance on that. So I'm a little hesitant, but I would say that the platform trials are set up as such to achieve early indication based on a combination of achieving a p-value in patients along with some simulation. That's not the same as the digital twin simulation. I don't know if there's a component of that also includes some other type of retrospective analysis. So I don't want to speak out of turn for that. I have a feeling
Okay.
the mechanism you're talking about is distinct, right? But you could imagine that, well, my hope would be that the evidence gathered through AP3, along with extensive in silico evidence, might minimize the need for that, right? Like might minimize the process,
Okay.
right? There's been questions going around to us and other stakeholders about how can we improve the clinical trials kind of landscape? And
Yeah,
that's kind of
it's
my
totally okay if you can't answer right now, but I guess I'm specifically asking, will we recruit both the patients that the digital twin says is going to benefit from the drug, along with patients that the digital twin says will not benefit? Are we going to recruit both types of patients?
I think you want to validate now. Yeah, obviously you have to do it ethically, but yes, you want to be able to. That is a fundamental value proposition of these digital twins. They can get you predictions for who might be harmed.
Okay, so we want to recruit
Absolutely.
both patient
Yes.
populations.
I mean, and again, everything has to make sense within the context of everything else that's being proposed, right? Like, I mean, it's an integrated program. It has to read like an integrated program, and not a collection of there's this activity and there's that activity and there's that activity, right? Because especially as you get to certain milestones, there'll be a need. The milestones will fall into a kind of integrated whole, right? So, but I think that you're on the right track. Yeah. Sure.
I'd just like to add that after all of the performers are brought on to the program, there is a 3-month kind of pre-phase where the AP3 group is going to be working with all the performers and where the particular needs and particular details of the platform trials can be negotiated and worked out and developed. So that's a separate issue from the proposals, but there is that period where, once we get our wheels turning, we can figure out exactly what the needs are based on the particular capabilities that our performers bring.
Yes.
Hi, Kristen Petrone. I'm the director of the clinical research team at Akeso HJF. I'm an emergency physician. One sort of technical question. I know a lot of focus in the presentations and in the ISO has been around the dysregulated inflammatory response. I just want to know if Circle is going to also encompass equally important the immune suppression and immune exhaustion that contributes to the morbidity and mortality in these patients.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, given that I needed to stick to time and upon the advice of my team, I didn't go off into extended digressions of systems biology of the immune system. But the way the wiring, and people like Pravesh feel free to correct me, but you have this, the initial innate immune response, what you'd call an inflammatory response, the first thing that it does is it's a pilot light for the adaptive immune response or the T-cell mediated response. Above a certain threshold, however, it begins to drive a downregulation. So like to me, this idea of there's an inflammatory response and there's a later immunosuppression, you could just say there's a thing called an immunoinflammatory response. I may have made up the term because basically it's an integrated process. The feedbacks interact. So, and we've had this discussion. I mean, like I don't know where he is, Tim Buckman and I as well. The point is, this is part of the systems approach to thinking about this. They are one thing, right? So the answer is your digital twin really should reproduce that. Yeah.
And one short follow-up question around the animal testing. Would ARPA and Circle consider non-animal models like microphysiologic systems outside of animal testing?
Great question. So actually, we fully anticipate that people will come in, proposers will come in with those kinds of solutions for key parts. Now, at the end of the day, it still needs to tell us that this could work in an ICU environment, right? But does every single measurement have to occur in the most expensive preclinical preparation there is? No. I think that, you need to make the case for how it is that, again, to calibrate key aspects of the digital twin, there's, for example, certain reaction rates, certain key aspects that need to be done. And again, not everything, but just the key parts that need to be sorted. Parameter values, whatever needs to be worked out, could absolutely be done on microphysiologic systems or some other reduced system. Getting blood samples from patients, isolating peripheral blood mononuclear cells, doing ex vivo stimulations, that could be good, right? If you could do that in a large scale, multiplexed way, that would be good, right? There's all, now, if you say that's what I'm gonna do, and from that magic will come, no. But if you say my digital twin says this, it can already do that, but we have a bunch of unspecified, unclear parameters that can make a huge difference in the outcome, then we're going to test that systematically. We're going to address them this way. That would be great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul Henderson, Senior Director at Quantum Leap Healthcare Collaborative. We're a nonprofit sponsor of what are called the I-SPY family of trials. We're better known in breast cancer, where over the last 15 years, we've put together a capability where, predominantly funded by pharma, we test multiple drugs simultaneously in phase 2, collect samples, tumor, well, in the case of cancer, tumor and blood samples, develop biomarkers, have a quick readout to the pharma companies so they can plan their phase 3. And along the way, we do things like we biobank, we fully annotate the samples, we have a data lake, and then we have response data at the end. And so my question for you is, more recently we've been in COVID, we're sponsor of the I-SPY ARDS trial, which is doing the same thing essentially. So we think we're maybe an AP3, but how in our lane do we have to stay? So for example, we have a data lake available. We have a biorepository with 40, 50,000 samples. So how can we lend all those capabilities to the program and still fit within your parameters for an applicant?
That's a fantastic, and again, this question of, can one institution participate in more than one way? So let's talk about the easier one. So if you're an AP performer of 1, 2, or 3, you can't also be on a TA. And the reason is that one way or another, you are going to be doing IV&V, right? So there's the level of scrutiny that one would have to go through to make sure there's no conflict of interest is high, right? And again, we're trying to be real world in our thinking, and that's why we're calling these things acceleration platforms. The number one goal is to get this thing out the door, right? Accelerate progress. So could there be ways to make it happen? Probably there are ways you could think through that might allow you to contractually segregate who you are for AP3 and who you are for something else, but you'd have to you may want to talk to Adria about that, who can probably tell you more. You may want to really, think through how you would do that from the lens of somebody looking for, not just us, but externally in an audit or something else that says, hey, there was a COI here, because they were essentially, looking over their own shoulders for progress. But I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Hi, Yoram. Rishi Kamaswaran from Duke University. Same follow-on. If we're thinking around an AP and, we are a multi-site consortium, does that preclude every site that is part of the multi-site consortium from submitting an independent type A application by themselves? How do we try to reconcile?
Yeah, so we're crossing over into kind of Adria's territory, and I don't know where, if she's here or she's, there you are. Okay, sorry, just lights in my eyes. Maybe just save it up for her talk and ask it again. That would be better. Thank you.
Eric Rosenthal from Mass General. We're interested in AP1 applications relating to retrospective and prospective real-time data, multimodal. The interaction between AP1 and TA1, say an AP1 is experience collecting all sorts of multimodal data, but a TA1 now is going to create a new biomarker. And you want to understand how that affects the digital twin. Mm-hmm. Of course, you don't have that yet in the AP1 platform because it could be novel. Can you talk a little bit about the vision? Is it expected that an AP1 site is nimble enough to be able to go into a TA1 acquisition site and get that biomarker, or maybe bring the biomarker to their AP1 sites? What's the interplay there that you're hoping for?
Obviously, that's a fantastic question. I think the question is how developed are the preliminary data that they're going to show up with, right? Like if somebody comes in, a team comes in with a solution summary, presumably, that says, hey, we got this really exciting thing, but we judge it to be too low of a TRL, it's just not going to get very favorable review because of the timelines involved. Now, if it's at a higher TRL, then they must have some preliminary data, right? So then you have a sense of what that looks like, I guess.
Even a well-known biomarker, IL-6, TNF, whatever, it may not be in all of the retrospective data, these very large sets. So you're looking at maybe pre-training models and then maybe fine-tuning them in smaller samples. Is the expectation those smaller samples might, even for a high reliability biomarker, be available from AP1 or from TA1?
So that's actually, let me expand the question. What do we really kind of want to come out of AP1? So, and how are we thinking about getting to it? So let's leave the IV and V question aside, but let's think about the sort of forward progress aspect of it. What we would like AP1 to be able to do is to aggregate data across available sources and being generated sources via the program to do activity number one, have a large enough data set for bounding the digital twin simulations, whether in TA2 or AP2, really both. And by that I mean, so imagine this, so you have a I don't know how familiar, but for people, you have a multi-scale model of a virtual human. There's biology that acts on physiology that ultimately simulates an outcome, right? So in an ideal world, you have data on the biology and you have data on the physiology and you have data on the outcome. In the real world, you probably mostly have data on the outcome, maybe some physiology, right? So the point is that you're using what you can to use these real world data to sort of bound the solutions, the cloud of outcomes that the simulations provide. And importantly, let's just say you're any given team. Let's imagine our team one is predominantly going to focus on sepsis, right? We're going to ask every team to be able to generalize to other forms of critical illness. Okay, so in silico, they can run simulations and convince us that they can run simulations that same model that did such a nice job in sepsis can also do a nice job in trauma, maybe can do a nice job in heart failure. Okay, let's just use that. So now, great, where is the data to prove that that's even true? Great, that's what AP1 is trying to do. And it's not, doesn't need to have it be at every single omic or every single cell or every single level. It needs to have enough connection and especially the outcomes. Because at the end of the day, we're not trying to lower IL-6 levels in the program. We're trying to improve ICU length of stay, morbidity, mortality. So at the end of the day, the whole thing is pegged to outcomes, right? So how you get to that, it's kind of recursive. You're going to have this process where the data allow you to do that bounding of the digital twins. As the digital twins get to a certain level of development, you would love it if that was as early as possible, they can start generating synthetic data. And one of the sort of stretch goals that we have for the AP1 is to think about how to connect real data and synthetic data into interesting applications, right? So that's one of the ways we're hoping to bridge that gap.
Just a punctuation on that. Would AP1 then need to be able to budget to run specimen analyses that TA1 would develop?
AP1 should not need to run any kind of assays. It's very much a data and modeling thing. And like I said, let me add one last piece. So we're talking about this idea of data products. So as one benefit to the community, even though, for example, we will really not support a purely, let's say, data-driven modeling structure as the digital twin, we fully understand the value of those structures, whether you generate a foundation model, et cetera. So we would like that to be an activity, right? We want that to be an activity that could then be presented to the broader community so that everybody, as I said that in my talk, That's an output that could be gigantic. No one has put together enough data across a variety of critical illness applications. And imagine you also make it usable in the form of an LLM. In fact, maybe the only way it can get out to the real world behind the silos is in the form of an LLM, right? So,
Should have a regulatory filing.
okay.
Can you hear me? We have a question that's come in from the virtual audience. Ivan Marazzi asks, I understand that the scope of Circle is wider than sepsis alone or traumatic brain injuries or cardiac arrest, but can the large animal experimentation be focused on sepsis alone or traumatic brain injury alone to limit the cost and make it more feasible? And second, can smaller animal models be used to mitigate cost?
Yeah, so we had that question. It came up in, I think it's in our FAQs as well, and it's a very good question. I think that I don't want to be overly prescriptive because the devil will still be in the details and it's nuanced. But in general, we understand the high cost of an ICU realistic animal model, and making it 3 ICU realistic animal models, especially of reasonable fidelity to the human disease, will be hard. So the expectation is that there will be, and this relates to the question that was asked about, say, microphysiologic systems or other lower scale validation efforts. We expect an aggregate of different approaches, right, with a pivotal decision-making step in a large animal model that recapitulates at least one aspect of critical illness. But in silico, we expect your digital twin, calibrated as it is, validated at the levels that it is with these preclinical studies, to be able to reproduce the broadest possible critical illness phenotypes, and then any solutions or suggestions about rational immunotherapy that's derived thereon, at least in silico, needs to be tested against those multiple scenarios. I hope that answers your question.
Other questions from the audience? Bobby from Prognosis. A follow-up to that question, I guess on the other side, for FDA-approved therapies, if we're going to run a clinical trial, that needs to be for a specific indication, right? So we're going to pick one indication. We'll show the models work in silico for a variety of different indications, but we got to pick one indication for the clinical trial, right?
So you could think of it as a rising tide will lift all ships. If it can work across a broad array of indications, knowing that the likely the inclusion criteria may not be 100% definitive for, say, sepsis, you want to know that you have a shot at that thing working. I think it will improve that process for everybody, right? Because it will winnow out a lot of options that may not work on the edge cases. And then you define edge case however you want, right? They can be a very wide edge. So the idea here is to sift through all of those possibilities and get down to what could work in the most likely way, and then catalyze getting to that exact step that you described.
Okay. A follow-up question on the trials. Is the expectation that we'll bring drug partners to the table for TA3 prior to submitting the proposal? Like, we're going to pick from 2 or 3 different drug partners and actually have them as part of the proposal? Or you want us to be more agnostic to the drug and we figure that out as part of the process?
Oh, we would love it if you brought pharma or biotech to the table. That would be fantastic. If that is not possible, then you still need to, say, come in with having purchased that drug. But if you can bring them in as partners, kudos, right? Okay. It'll be very favorably viewed.
Okay.
You mentioned federal data potentially coming into AP1. Is the idea to have that data actually within the AP1 platform, or is it a federated analysis approach? And if it is aggregated, will that impact the security levels needed for the AP1 platform?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that's a fantastic question. It's impacting so many different things. The reality of it is that it's probably going to be some version of federated and or access to platforms that are siloed. So some of the partners we've talked to are very willing and enthusiastic to let performers validate on their data, but on their platforms rather than giving us the data. Honestly, that's not such a bad thing, because at the end of the day, we want to validate, we want to generalize. We would hope, part of the discussions we're trying to get with, keeping in mind everyone's limitations and interests, is to try to get some system that would get the insights out of the data to the broadest array of investigators in this field or companies in this field, and hence AP1. As I said, I have this idea that I don't think is too crazy because there are several large data companies that have effectively done that at an internet scale, that you could actually create something like a foundation model that has learned on those data, and then you put out the foundation model without putting out the data. I'd like to think that done the right way, you could make that happen. Now, that's unfortunately not good enough for calibrating and validating a mechanistic digital twin, right? It's a great goal as a distinct entity, right? So from the core activity for the program is get those digital twins as accurate as they can be. So we want to be able to create whatever, by whatever means, a pathway to get access to those data for validation. It would be super if they were all sitting in one place, one way or another, or federated one way or another, but it may mean validate on this, then separately get on this other platform, validate on that, and so forth. The other data products are where we hope the insights from the data can be out into the broader context. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bo Yang from University of Maryland, and I'm in a shock and trauma research lab. And we have been researching the immune-stimulating biomarkers for several years. And currently, we can demonstrate some pro-inflammation prediction and organ injury prediction. Can we call this a digital twin, or it's just a model?
Yeah, no. So I'm guessing that when you say that, you mean using some statistical or machine learning model,
Yeah,
you can demonstrate that. Yeah. Unfortunately, that by itself is not sufficient. Again, we can get into the reasons for it, but basically, imagine that you need to be able to use the exact same computational model to design the drug, to run the clinical trial in silico on that drug or biomarker, right? And to actually act as the brains for a diagnostic. You cannot do that with them. Machine learning models are specific for the specific application, for the specific data. They don't have a mechanistic connectivity that allows you to do that, right? So now, if you wanted to say, I want to test the performance of my digital twin model in predicting the outcome using the same input data, right, against some simpler statistical model, machine learning model, fantastic. That would be great, right? But is it a substitute? No.
Thank you.
Yeah. Another online?
One more question from Ruchi Chauhan. If a TA component had a particular indication in mind, they give the example of alcohol hepatitis patients in the ICU with immune complications. Would that be an acceptable mode for a proposal?
Well, again, so if it's being used as a model to interrogate this and then critical illness, and then it can be generalized, at least in silico, to the broader array of critical illness etiologies, oh, sure. But if it was very specific to that indication and could, I would say for that particular indication, I think you'd have to come in with enough description of how well that generalizes or animal models of that could generalize, right? Because you need to make it easier for the folks reviewing this to understand how a model like that specific will generalize to a broader critical illness population. But if you can make a clear case for that, as I mentioned before for the prior questions, especially if you have a large animal model, that as long as that animal model is able to be able to act as a mechanistic means of connecting conserved biological pathways that are therapeutically actionable to some macro outcome, right, at the organ dysfunction level, that's kind of what we're looking for. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are people asking, why are they so like bent out of shape about this? The idea is multiple entry points in, funnel into a defined set of conserved pathways that just actuate differently depending on the starting stimulus, the individual conditions, genetic, epigenetic predispositions, et cetera, right? But then ultimately it's only a few outcomes, right? So the idea is to us, the actionable drug is the one that sits in that middle path, right? People sometimes draw a bow tie diagram in the systems biology world. There's a whole bunch of inputs, a bunch of conserved stuff in the middle that might be regulatory in some fashion or another, and then a limited number of outputs at the other end, right? So we're hitting that middle part. We're hitting the conserved aspects of the immune response that result in those outcomes, right? And if you have a very specific entry point that really is a side branch and it only relates to a particular version of critical illness, I think it's a fantastic question if you want to answer it in some other forum. But for this, it's just not where we can put an investment. I hope that answers that.
Philip Lisboa, USU. So it's a little bit related to that. And my question is more like in terms of the data acquisition part. And much was discussed in terms of ICU and critical care. What about pre-ICU? What about emergency department data, streaming?
Fantastic question. We actually got that asked, I think, by others as well. And I think it's maybe on the FAQs, if I remember correctly. So if the core deliverables, the core milestones are within the ICU environment. And the fundamental reason for that is because at the end of the day, if you were starting at the ED, or you would have to basically run our entire program to demonstrate that your digital twin that was predictive could have made it through that phase. So we're trying to get that middle part right? Also, it's probably will end up being the most extensive stress test of the digital twin paradigm that anybody has ever done. Because you're going to have to, the people that, National Academies of Science and others, some folks that were involved in that are sitting in this room. When you put out the paradigm that this is a personalized model that needs to be updated, there's that whole part about updating it, like actually in real time in a complex, very rapidly evolving situation. I have a feeling some of the people envision something like cancer, where the evolution happens over years, and it's like you got plenty of time to run your diagnostics. Not so much in the ICU, right? So that means this is the part we need to solve, right? Now, once you have that, now interesting things show up. For example, what if you could take that same AI, right, that same digital twin-based AI, and start running that off data you're getting in the ED? And why stop at the ED? There may be means of getting that in even lower acuity settings via various sensors that could talk to the system without you needing to be, instrumented. But the ICU instrumentation actually offers a fantastic test bed for these things, because you got the most that a patient's ever going to be poked and prodded, right? So honestly, it's an opportunity, right? Like from a purely detached, non-humanistic point of view, this is an opportunity to get the data in the most frequent, most dynamic, and most sort of difficult circumstances. Then, if you can then say, oh, what if you can have a sensor you could go home with and either assess the possibility of a readmission or assess where you're headed in a long-term trajectory, fantastic. And again, all ideas that we've had for possible extensions at some point. I can't say more than that, but I mean, the idea is that we understand that the end-to-end is very big, but this is the piece that has to be sorted first.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, a lot of patients have organ dysfunction already when they hit the ICU.
Yes.
And so the opportunity for improving care is actually in the ED or the hospital, right?
I agree.
So is that within scope?
So if you could add that piece and show that and track it, but still do the ICU piece, I'm saying fantastic.
Yeah, the ICU is certainly a big
right.
piece.
So I wanted to make that 100% clear if I didn't in my prior statements. Anything you can do in addition, like upstream or downstream, or ideally both.
Yeah,
fantastic.
To maybe eliminate an ICU stay, like something that would have been.
So, I literally have used those exact words. Like the real dream vision here would be sort of ending critical illness before it ever starts. And if I had made a program that had that as its goal, I don't think we would be standing here having this discussion, because you got to have this first piece. Right? This is the real world aspect. I mean, just for people that are wondering how it is we make decisions and think about stuff. we have blue sky vision, but we also have to make sure that it's doable. Like, because of investing a bunch of money in that and then running into some of the problems would just kill the whole thing, and nobody would ever want to invest in this again. But if you can get this middle part right, and if you can have insights into that earlier and even later part, then you can make a case for why you could stretch this out and do it more and achieve that goal. Yeah.
Yoram, we have another question from the virtual audience.
I thought you were going to say I have another question from Gary.
I was going to go in front of Bobby, but now I got him.
Yeah, by the way, Bobby, there is a second prize for frequently asking questions.
Oh, true.
Yeah, no, it's good. You guys can just fight it out in the hallway.
This is from Dong-Hoon Lee. Regarding the expectations of ideal TA2 performers, the ISO mentions, quote, to the greatest extent possible and ideally at the initiation of funding, computational models should be sufficiently developed, ... If a potential TA2 performer has a technology to rapidly and scalably create digital twins, for example, quickly porting over other open source models with the use of AI tools and human efforts, would it be possibly looked on par with previously built models?
Right, that's a really tough question, because that's one of those where if, so I will turn the question back on the questioner and say this. And Adria will probably talk about it more in her section, but this is a milestones-driven enterprise, right? If you set yourself up with 2 strikes against you like that relative to another team that is ready to go on day one, you need to make it work, and you need to do it well, and you need to meet the milestone by the time. So if you miss it, then you might not be a performer anymore, right? Like, that is how we will operate. So that's a decision. Like, do you want to spend effort up front to come in with something that will be better than just we will do it when the funding starts? That would probably be my suggestion.
To follow up, are you saying that someone that comes in with an approach like that is less likely to obtain funding?
I don't want to be prescriptive.
Right.
Right. So I mean,
what,
and again,
what could this person do to make an approach like that palatable?
Well, as I said, I mean, the most straightforward thing to do is the usual grantsmanship thing of having preliminary data. So have a preliminary model. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we put it there. Now, what level of a preliminary model relative to what you can scale it up to rapidly with the technology you describe, you know, that's up. That I can't make a statement about that until we see what is written. Just realize that. Just look around the room. There are, or look on our teaming site. There are a lot of entities with ready to, shovel-ready digital twin capabilities. So if you say, and that have maybe even been tested in the context of critical illness, and you have to ask yourself, will I be able to compete, right? Maybe you will. Maybe you'll do fantastically better because the technology is so much better. You need to get that across to us in a way that doesn't just use the words that say, trust me on that, right? Like, you need to be able to get it across to us that you can truly do that. And because of that, it's inevitable that you are at a disadvantage relative to somebody who can come in with that. Now, if the set of features, the extendability, various other aspects of it, the way it interoperates with maybe physical devices is fantastic, and you could demonstrate that, maybe that's a mitigating factor. I mean, I don't want to come through all the scenarios that you could come up with. I'm not, I can't envision all the possibilities, but you would have to have a compelling reason that says, suspend disbelief about this piece because look at the payoff that can come out, right? Like, and here's our track record, and here's what we can do, and here's what we've done already, right? So I'll leave it at that.
Carlos Lopez Espina from Pronosis. So I want to ask you a little bit more about, you very briefly mentioned what your vision is for AP1, correct?
Right.
And I'm thinking about it into how it interacts with all the other performance and TA1. And your vision for it is you want to have a platform that aggregates data, correct?
Yes.
And potentially either in a federated way, and if you can elaborate more about that, or even using, maybe not sharing the data itself, by sharing byproducts of it in the forms of, foundation models, et cetera. So the first question that I have is, how do envision, what is the ideal situation into the future, leveraging those technologies? And the second, who's responsible for building those models. So thinking embeddings, secondary byproducts, correct? Not the data itself, but the outcome of those methods. So if you can answer a little bit more
So let me
about
start
that.
with the last one and work
Yeah.
towards the big vision.
Who's responsible?
AP1 is responsible for doing those data products because we expect that process to be happening essentially in parallel to the R&D because it doesn't directly impact the R&D. It's not a blocker, right? So the idea is we expect there to be a demonstration of being able to either already have some data, to be able to work with the data if we are able to provide it to them, right? But be able to hit the ground running. So if you're going to hit the ground running, it's difficult to hit the ground running with absolutely nothing, right? So you have to have some sense of, we think we could get our first data sets from here and here, right? I would think. Or we have the data because I can't speak to all the possible entities that could be AP1. It could be academic, it could be companies, it could be anything in between. So if you've already done some of that work, meaning you already have some of that data, you're just like that much more ready to hit the ground. So AP1 does several very distinct things. At the very basic role, they are essentially checking the data being generated by TA1 and making sure that they are appropriate, correct, well annotated, well curated, et cetera, right? And so they're doing the IV and V role for the data. Because anybody who's worked with data knows that when somebody else looks at the data, sometimes they find things that you didn't find, right? So we want to make sure we don't have surprises like that at year 5, right? So we want to know.
Sometimes you do.
Really? Wow, that's surprising. That's a shocker. So it's almost like, it's almost like we thought about that. So the point is you have to do that because garbage in, garbage out, if you're going to put those in production grade models, they can't be garbage, right? So there's that baseline. Then there's frankly a kind of, again, I can throw out ideas around of what we're thinking about. We're really kind of looking for creative ideas from you all, right? Like if I told you I want exactly this, it will reduce the creative possibilities. But imagine what you could do, right, with a fairly sizable chunk of data around critical illness. And in addition to that, a growth stream of data that could come probably over time from data sets that are behind restrictions within the government, for example, that we're hoping to unlock. And from the other side, this entirely other data, which is synthetic data coming out of digital twin simulations. Like, what creative applications can you do with that to generate a value add for the community? And I'm going to leave it wide open because we want you guys to tell us, right? But the core functions are the core functions. They're expressed in the milestones, and those need to be met, right? And then the sky's the limit after that, right?
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So seeing that we have no one else online and
we
only
at time?
3 minutes left in the hour,
Okay.
I think we're going to give 3 minutes back. I would like to just use 5 seconds to just, I think, give a thanks to the ARPA-H graphics folks who designed the icon that's been up on the screen for this whole period, because the more I stare at it, the more I love it, and I hope you do too. But have a wonderful lunch, and we will see you all back here at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Please come in and take your seats. We're going to get started with our next section of Proposers Day. We're going to hear a presentation from Adria Robinson, who is the Circle Agreements Officer. She can tell you what an agreements officer does, but it is crucial. And you will want to listen very carefully to all she has to say, because the way that you put in your proposal, read the ISO, is very, very important. Read the ISO. And you'll probably hear her say, read the ISO. So with no further ado is Adria Robinson.
Good afternoon. My name is Adria Robinson. I am the agreements officer supporting Urim and Circle temporarily. I will be, for those of you who get selected, I will be negotiating and making your awards. But the long-term permanent agreements officer had a baby on Monday, so did want to call that out for her. But for those of you who get awards, Christina Mazzoli will be your long-term agreements officer. So I'm going to talk about submitting proposals, and we're going to talk a little bit about the award process as well, and I'll take questions at the end. One thing I've noticed is that when entities propose multiple times to the same government agency, right, they start to feel like our solicitations are repetitive. But I'm here to tell you, while there's a lot in the ISO that's going to look like other ARPA-H ISOs, it is not the same. And so you need to make sure that you are following the instructions in this ISO. Do not assume the instructions are going to be the same, as something else you might have read or submitted to. One of the things I'm going to talk about a few times in this presentation is we are going to be going fast, right? Faster than you're used to if you work with other government agencies, faster than you are used to with ARPA-H. So we're going to be moving fast. So we are not going to be able to slow things down because people did not read the directions, right? So please do not spend a lot of time and money putting together a proposal only to have it not evaluated because of some small overlook. The awards that we make for the Circle program are going to be other transactions. So some of you might be familiar with government contracts. Some of you might be familiar with grants or cooperative agreements. Other transactions are another type of agreement that we use in the federal government. Other transactions are not bound by the Federal Acquisition Regulation, right? They do not, we're not required to adhere to financial assistance regulations. So this allows us to negotiate a lot more. It allows us to develop agreements with you all that more closely resemble commercial contracts. So it's definitely going to give a lot of flexibility. No two agreements under this program are going to be identical. When we posted the ISO, we did post a copy of another transaction and kind of ARPA-H is going in terms and conditions. And we are asking that when you submit your proposal, you provide any questions, any comments, any recommended changes. That's going to be the start of our negotiations with you all. So please go through those terms and conditions and make sure you understand them and you identify any concerns that you have. All right, so you are going to submit solution summaries first. For those who have proposed to other agencies, they refer to them as abstracts. It's similar concept. They will not be evaluated, so they will be reviewed, and everyone who submits will receive feedback, and that feedback at a minimum will tell you if we encourage you to submit a proposal or discourage you from submitting a proposal. Now, you can submit a proposal regardless of what that feedback is. I highly encourage you to seriously consider that feedback. Proposals are not cheap to put together. And if we are discouraging you, what we are saying is we do not anticipate, based on what we're reading in your solution summary, that your proposal will be successful. Again, your choice. But I highly encourage you to put a lot of weight into the feedback that we give you. In the ISO, we give you all of the instructions for preparing both your solution summary and your proposal. If there's anything that's not clear, please ask either today or submit the question online. You do have to, Yoram mentioned this earlier, you do have to propose either type A or type B. You cannot, let me take that back. A single entity could propose to both. You will not receive awards on both, okay? It is too big a conflict of interest. And like I said, we're going to be moving very quickly. We won't have the time to attempt to mitigate that conflict. So you can submit to both if you want to, but you can only receive an award for a type A or type B, okay? Great. I've talked about some of this already, but both submissions will go through the ARPA-H solutions portal. Your submissions must be received by the date and time listed in the ISO and on sam.gov. We will not evaluate late submissions, okay? So do not wait until the last minute. Something will go wrong, right? That's the way the world works. So make sure you're going in there and submitting early just to save yourself, some potential headache later. Once we receive your proposal, we will review it for conformance. So making sure you've adhered to all of the formatting requirements, the page limits, all of the instructions. If a proposal is found non-conforming, we will notify you. I will let you know now that is a final decision, okay? So don't press reply when you get that email from me. If your proposal is found to be conforming, then it moves to the evaluation team. They will evaluate it against the criteria that's laid out in the ISO, and from there, selections will be made. Right. This is the eval criteria that I mentioned. I'm not going to read it to you, but it is laid out exactly as it states here in the ISO. These eval criteria in the ISO are listed in equal order of importance. So this is something I want to highlight because a lot of ARPA-H ISOs list eval criteria in descending order of importance, and that is different here. These are equal order of importance. So everything needs to be good. All right, read the ISO, right? Everybody's gonna read the ISO. I would encourage you to read it twice. I will also let you all know that there will be an amendment to the ISO posted sometime next week. So keep an eye out from that. Any amendments we post supersede the previous posting. So keep an eye out for the amendments. Make sure you are registered. Whoever is going to submit the proposal on your entity's behalf, make sure you are registered in the submission portal. Do that now. sam.gov. Let's talk about sam.gov. sam.gov tries really hard, doesn't it? It tries hard. If you have never registered in sam.gov, you need to start that process tonight. There are a lot of steps that you have to go through. Sam has to talk to the IRS and match up your tax ID number. Sam has to talk to GSA for your UEI, your CAGE. All of these systems have to talk to each other. There are notarized letters that you have to send in. It takes some time. And I have seen people wait until about a week before proposals are due to start the process, and then they get stuck. We cannot award to someone who is not active in SAM. If you are currently in SAM, you know what you need to do tonight? Check your registration, okay? Make sure that it's not going to expire next week or 2 weeks from now, because that's something that happens sometimes as well. So please give yourself a lot of time with SAM. We can't help with SAM. It's a completely different system. It sits wholly outside of ARPA-H. So just give yourself as much time as you can, because like I said, SAM tries very hard. You're going to need time with it if you're not already in there. Make sure you're focusing on eligibility information. Basically, for the most part, any entity that's capable of fulfilling the requirements is eligible, with the exception of U.S. government agencies and federally funded research and development centers. Okay, those are the two entities that cannot propose to be performers under this ISO. As a prime or a sub, correct. So if you are looking to team with an entity of that type, please don't. We can't award to you with one of those entities on your team. Make sure you provide any necessary supporting documentation. The ISO and the attachments tell you where you need to provide supporting documentation. One of the things I will highlight is when you are doing your cost proposal, okay? You're going to submit 2 documents. There's going to be a spreadsheet, and then you're going to submit, a narrative. Please don't use the narrative to just tell me what's in the spreadsheet. That's not helpful, right? What we need there is explanation, is justification, because we have to go through your costs and ensure that they are fair and reasonable. So I need to know, what are you thinking? How did you come up with this number? Is it based on a quote? Is it based on historicals? That's the type of information I need when you're writing that narrative to accompany your cost proposal. Moving forward, let's talk about the award process. Once selections are made, All proposers will be notified as to whether you're selected or not. For those of you who are selected, we are going to handle negotiations a little bit differently than what you might have seen on other ARPA-H programs. Again, we are moving fast. So our plan is, once you are selected, we will schedule a time to meet with you, and we are going to sit at the table and negotiate everything, right? If there are changes to your technical approach, if we need to negotiate on your cost, anything, terms and conditions, we are going to sit down and we are going to negotiate. What that means is that when we schedule that time, you need to have everyone available and at the table. Your decision makers need to be there. Your pricers need to be there. Your technical, whoever you need at the table, because we're not going to go and, we'll talk to this person and get back to you. Everything is going to be negotiated and agreed upon before we walk out of that room. That's going to allow us to move a lot more quickly to awards and to get you all the funding. If you noticed on a slide that Yoram showed you this morning, he has milestones starting in Q4 of FY26. Okay, that's right around the corner. So we just need everybody's cooperation. If you're selected, make sure that you can bring everyone to the table for negotiations, because we're gonna move quickly and we're gonna get it all done and get you guys going on this program. All right, I will take any questions you all have on proposals, negotiations, awards, anything.
Rishi Kamaleshwaran from Duke University. So I'm just curious, when you say the prime cannot be both a type A and a type B, does that not apply to the sub?
It applies to everyone.
It applies to everyone.
Yeah, because you can't, it's a conflict. You can't evaluate yourself.
I see.
Right.
So if you were going in as a consortium or type B, does that mean none of the members of the consortium can submit a type A?
I would need to talk to you more about how your consortium is set up. When I talk about entities or organizations, I'm typically thinking about how you are legally structured, how you are registered in SAM. Consortia can take a lot of different forms. So maybe during the break, if you can find me, we can talk a little bit about how you're structured and figure that out.
Thank you.
How do you define entity? So we work in a university, we have different departments that could both submit type A and type B proposals. The teams are completely different from one another. Entities can be very large and pieces can be very separate. So how do we figure it out?
Yeah, in this case, again, because we're trying to move fast, if you are part of the same organization, if you work at the University of X, it doesn't matter if you sit in a different building or down the hall from another group, that organization cannot perform type A and type B. It is going to be exceptionally difficult for us to be able to tell whether or not there are true firewalls and other mitigations in place. So again, you could submit both proposals, but you will not be funded for both.
So with respect to the feedback to the solution summary, you told us what the minimum would be. Would that feedback potentially include things that you could modify? It would. So like wear a tie or something like that.
Right, or don't wear that color tie, right?
Okay.
Yes, so potentially we will, and I don't know, was that microphone, is it on? Okay.
It is on.
All right. Yes, you will potentially get more feedback than just encourage, discourage. I'm not making any promises, but we do strive to provide, some more detailed feedback when we can.
On the feedback that you get for a discourage, that generally speaking, that may describe why it was discouraged. It is not to say if you fix these things, it would be an encourage. It's a discourage, and these are the reasons why. We do not anticipate that just fixing those things would change its state. If it were that way, we would have encouraged and told you what to change or what we like better or something like that.
Thank you. That's a very good addition. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mitch Cohn from Colorado. I'd like this question to count as one of Gary's.
No problem.
I think there's still, at least I have some confusion about the type A and the consortia. So, because I think there are a number of groups out here, including ours, that have multiple collaborators across institutions, where we have a single collaborator at institution B, where institution B is also submitting either a type A or a type B proposal, which my collaborator is not part of? Does that mean that they are disqualified for potentially working as part of our type A proposal? You understand what I mean? I think there's so much cross collaboration in this world that it's hard to know if somebody comes from an institution where someone else is submitting, that means they're disqualified from working independently with anyone else. Is that true?
So, and Yoram, please correct me if I get this wrong. Individuals can also only perform on one or the other, okay? Now, if you have an individual that works at a collaborating organization, and that individual is going to perform on your award, and that institution is submitting a proposal, but that individual is not participating, then we're looking at that as separate, right? Because they're not involved. They're only involved in the program from your award. But that individual could not be on both awards.
Perfect. That clarifies, because I think there are a lot of us that were concerned that if somebody comes from an institution where there's a proposal going in, even though they're not part of it, that means they cannot collaborate with anyone else. But I'm hearing that that's not true. They can, as an individual, collaborate.
Jeremy,
with the
can we
type
get
A.
a microphone to Yoram, please?
I mean, that is for type A's, right? So an individual, different individuals from the same institution that are unrelated to each other can serve on different type A proposals. The institutional restriction is for type A and type B, right? Because that's where
Correct.
the conflict of interest could lie.
Correct. But I am going to come back to the type A in a moment, but correct.
So I'll defer to Adria when she talks about that. I think the big nuance everybody has to consider is what role is that person playing, right? That person is going to be a TA lead, and it's a substantial role. The likelihood is that they're also going to bring with them institutional parts into that role, right? And now, when you write a solution summary, it may not be clear just all of it, but we understand, having worked in that environment, how that works. And so now, if that person is a very specific analyst doing one specific thing, right, that doesn't require bringing with them half their department, it's a simpler story. So I think you need to think through the nuance. Like, look at it from our point of view and just say, imagine that we're looking at these two things, right? So imagine the things we're thinking about. We want diversity of approaches. We can only fund X number of TA teams. We don't want to find every one of them doing exactly the same thing with exactly the same people in the core front, right? Because look around the room. If we had 5 people here, then it would have been a different discussion. We have over 500. So I think the way to think through this is the nuance, the specifics. So that's why it's so hard to answer these questions. Very difficult to give a blanket answer that covers the range of the possibilities, right? So just keep that in mind.
And if you are concerned that there might be an appearance of a conflict, feel free to address that in your proposal, right? Address it up front. Allow us to look at it as we're making funding decisions. I want to go back to the statement about type A proposals only. Individuals can serve on multiple type A teams. We will not fund anyone more than full-time. Okay, so just understand that if you're proposed full-time on 2 proposals and both get selected, we are going to work with you to trim those down. We cannot, and we also will not duplicate fund the same work. So if you are doing distinct work on 2 different awards, then we'll look at your level of effort across those 2. But if you are providing the same work to 2 different teams, we're not going to fund it twice. That doesn't mean you can't do it. We just aren't going to pay for it twice. So keep that in mind. You have a question. I can see it on your face. Go for it.
Because I thought in the ISO it says an individual or a corporate unit cannot function
It does.
in more than one type A proposal.
It absolutely does.
Okay.
And hang on, next week, we're going to release an amendment.
And also, Gary, to catch him on a misquote is the word was contribute, and the distinction was we didn't mean contribute to a proposal. We meant contribute to as performers So that is going to be updated or something like that.
Yeah, we're going to provide some clarifying language, and it'll match what we're talking about here today.
Do all participants in a proposal have to be in SAM.gov or just the lead investigator?
I need the entity that I am awarding a contract to be registered and active in SAM.
Another question we received was, can a sole proprietorship apply?
Sure. If you can make it work, right? I'll let you.
Yeah, so technically, yes. My knowledge of sole proprietorships, just as a bit of background, my father was a surgeon, had a private practice. It was a sole proprietorship. It was him, right? That's how I view sole proprietorships. And if it's one person that's going to do everything in TA1, TA2, TA3, commercialization, wait, is Elon Musk on the call there? Is that who that is? Okay. So what I'm saying is, I'm like, who is going to, right, realistically? That's a great question. I think they could act, as a front end, maybe to organize things, but as a sole applier to the entirety of a TA, I think it'd be, even to an AP, I think it would be very difficult.
I'm just going to add to that. Even if a sole proprietor chooses to form a team and act as the lead to that team, they need to consider the contractual and administrative burden that comes with an award of this size, right? They are going to have to make sure that they are adhering to everything that gets agreed to in that OT, that they are managing all of their subs. They have to manage payments to their other teammates. There's a lot that goes into it. So it's not a no, but you really need to make sure that it's something that, if it is a single person, that it's something that you can handle.
Do all team members need to be registered in SAM or just the prime?
I need the entity that I am awarding a contract to be registered and active in SAM.
So not all the subcontractors.
Another question from online. Is there an approximate budget range per AP team? And how many TA teams are expected to be awarded? The number of awarded TA teams may have an impact on the scope of AP activities.
So we don't have a set budget for each team or each award. We are going to evaluate the budgets that we receive, see how realistic they are. Yorm's going to be evaluating all of the proposals to make sure they all, all of the selected teams fit to make a cohesive program, right? There are goals to this program, and everyone who is selected has to, fill a part of that. And so we don't have a set number. I would say the AP teams, and Yoram, feel free, but the AP teams.
I think the issue is, for instance, AP1 has to take in data from multiple teams. If they have to deal with a dozen teams, that's different than 3.
Right.
Can we give a number that is clearly outside the range of possibility?
So I would say that if you're looking at being an AP performer, I would anticipate no more than maybe 5 or 6 teams that you're going to have to deal with. We're not talking about 12, 15. It's not going to be anything crazy. The other thing is, if we end up selecting more TA teams than we initially anticipated, or fewer, the budget that you submit is not necessarily the end all be all, right? That's part of that negotiation. That's part of those discussions we'll have with you. And so if you assume I'm going to have to interact with 3 TA teams and we decide there's going to be 5, we're not going to expect you necessarily to be able to scale up without us also scaling up your proposal. So there will be discussions, there will be negotiations there, but you're not looking at an exorbitant amount of TA performers.
To just add a little more there, that when you do the budgeting, you should write down what all the assumptions are and justify them so that we can understand them.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Tom Helikar from the University of Nebraska. If you have a TA application where TA 2 and 3 are great for that application, and then you have a different application where the TA 1 is fantastic, are you guys going to reshuffle teams, or
No.
you're just going to discourage the TA stack as go, no go.
We're going to encourage, discourage as it's submitted. Now, if it's a solution summary and, the feedback that you get is as you described, that doesn't necessarily preclude you from, reaching out to others. That's what the teaming page is for, right? You could potentially team up with someone who has a really strong, who fills that TA gap, but we are not going to play matchmaker.
I could add to as a nuance to that. I guess the default assumption is the structure that's presented in the solution summary, and let's imagine it's encouraged, is the structure we get in a full proposal, but there's nothing precluding you from fleshing that out, adding components, realizing maybe you don't need components, but I would hope that nobody's thinking that they give us solution summary about an apple and then getting us an orange when we get the full proposal. So, there has to be some congruence between what was said and budgeted for, at least rough order of magnitude, in the solution summary and in the full proposal.
Jeremy, any more questions online?
One is, please clarify the comment about type A and type B performers from the same institution. Will the feedback for the solution summary prioritize submissions so that only one type of proposal from a given institution is encouraged to apply for full proposal?
No. We are going to review each solution summary on its own merit. We're going to leave it up to each proposing organization to make decisions about what proposals you choose to submit or not submit.
Similarly, could you define entity a bit more? Is it linked to a single UEI? And can there be as many people from several institutes that fall under the same umbrella UEI as a prime?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the second half?
So, is it linked to a single UEI? And can as many people from the same institute that fall under the same umbrella UEI as prime?
Yeah, the question, from what I understand, is they want me to clarify an entity or an institution, and they're asking if it's this, if it's defined by UEI. I'm not sure I understand the second half of that, so I'll just address the first half. Typically, yes. Okay, there could be exceptions to that, but typically, yes. What I'm looking at is how you are registered as an entity in SAM. If you have a different UEI, then I view that as a separate entity. If the person who asked that question wants to submit clarification on the second half of that, I'll be happy to answer it.
Maybe I could ask a follow-on related to that, because maybe if I'm understanding it. So I think that this could happen with very small entities registering multiple UEIs. We have a line of business that does this and another line of business that does that. Because even as I'm registered on SAM.gov because, I reviewed for NIH and whatever and needed to get that set up. So I went through that process. Loads of fun, by the way. Someday somebody should add more questions and layers because it seems too easy. The point being, though, is you could easily see, because they ask you that question, are you that same thing as that other thing? So, I think that question is actually a very interesting one, because somebody could file 3 different UEIs. They're basically the same group, but this is 3 different officially lines of business, but it's really the same group.
Yeah, and that's why I said there are exceptions to that. So when you register in SAM, there is a way to indicate that you are affiliated, in some sort of official way with another organization. So there are, in an instance like that, we would notice that and we'd have some discussions about how to handle it and whether or not we would move forward with an award with that entity. So yeah, please don't use the UEI answer as a loophole, because we'll figure it out. And I'll just a word of caution, right? You don't want to end up in a situation where you get an award and you start working and you get a bunch of money and then you have to give it back. So we are going to do what we need to do to avoid conflicts of interest. That is really the primary issue that we are addressing. And like I said, if you think there's an appearance of conflict, address it in your proposal, because something that might look like a conflict to us might not actually be, right? So make sure you're addressing it and we can make decisions on how to move forward with it.
Hi, I'm Angela Rogers from Stanford. Thanks so much for this. Is so exciting to see this work be done. I have, I think, a two-part question, which again is at this issue of the TA and the AP3 in particular. A lot of us are members of large clinical trials consortia, and so we're putting in a TA1 as a lead that may or may not get picked. We would also be a site potentially for future trials as part of AP3. Do we count that as a conflict and we remove ourselves already of AP3, or just if we're lucky enough that our TA project gets chosen and that consortia gets chosen, then we just remove ourselves as a site, so then there's no conflict. And the two are distinct.
The way I would answer it is like this. In general, the idea of the IVNV the IVNV part not evaluating the exact same institution stands.
Yeah.
But you're talking about TA1 data gathering versus AP3, right? So although the APs don't directly match to the TAs, they kind of do. So the IVNV function for TA1 is really under AP1. So we could argue that in a setting like that, the actual direct potentially conflictive activity is a TA1, AP1,
okay,
right? And because that is one reason that we didn't have all of IVMV be one thing.
Right.
Because on the one hand, it simplifies things. On the other hand, it creates a single point of failure / conflict. So like this, the APs, although they will work together, are separate, right? So they're effectively, to the degree we need them to be, firewalled from each other, right? So you could not really be on TA1 and AP1 because AP1 will be checking the consistency and validity of your data, right? But I think once you go to the AP3, especially now, what I would do is try to minimize all possible conflicts. Like the site PI or whatever, it would be really nice if they're not also the one running TA1.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Can I ask a follow-up?
Okay.
Oh.
And again, I will
just
caveat all that with a giant asterisk. We need to see it in writing to see it. Yeah.
And let me just remind everyone that if you are a TA performer, right, you are submitting a proposal that can accomplish all of the TAs, right? So in that case, you're still on a team, regardless of what role. So what I'm going to ask is that you let us take this back and we will clarify in writing, because I think we should have some discussions. And sure, follow up.
My follow-up question was, in the TA1, I understand the encouragement to use a lot of publicly available data, but then, doing really frequent testing is a real strength of this to help with the digital twin and iterating. The plan is that we should come in and say we have 10 sites that can enroll 800 people. That is completely distinct from any of these consortia. Is that correct? That it's not like the AP3 groups could be in part use their consortia level sites to help quickly gather patients to help feed into the project. That is, AP3 is really in the evaluative
it's a distinct activity, right? Again, just thinking about it, TA1 is feeding data into the digital twin models. AP3 is checking on the validation aspect of the work that's been done. It's usability testing for any devices or other methodologies, et cetera, et cetera.
So it should be completely different groups.
It's really distinct.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course, we'd be great to get as much feedback from clinicians as you possibly can get in whatever means possible, right?
Thank you.
Just to clarify, and this isn't really a question for proposals, but back to a technical area, we do expect that data that comes out of those program trials would be fed back in as the matter of course to modify and improve digital twin models, but that is a separate activity and maybe a longer term activity. But the whole cycle of how this would work would imply that all of the human testing data would eventually go back into the model.
Could an AP3 performer contribute pre-existing, pre-collected data to AP1?
I mean, we will want the APs to work together, right? They're separate. I mean, it's not in lieu of any other activity, but if they have data and there's, I mean, I'm assuming that you're asking the question in the context of can that get funded? That's the question, not can they do it?
Well, I'm just giving you a hypothetical for a moment. So there was a particular entity that particularly might be interested in performing in a AP setting, but has resources that might be useful for the other groups to be able to, as a shared resource, not necessarily produced during a particular project, right? It is their pre-existing information, right? So this goes to maybe Paul Henderson's question earlier, is what are the guardrails between the activities of the AP performers with respect to contributing to the other APs?
So I think if you notice, we have language in the ISO about these associate performer agreements. So there's an expectation of there being a whole bunch of back and forth types of agreements. I can't remember if we put in this very specific instance as among one of the various data sharing aspects of it. I think at the end of the day, this isn't a thing we've requested or mandated, so it sounds like it's an extra thing in terms of, right? So if it's going to happen, it would have to happen. It'd have to be explained why. It would fit probably under one of these associate performer agreement kind of infrastructures. But like I said, my question to you before was, I'm assuming that there's a cost associated for that activity of transferring from an AP3 to AP1, right? It's not just an activity
yes.
they'd like to do as part of what they do.
Presumably,
right?
yes.
So then that's the part where there would need to be some thought given relative to the milestones, deliverables, et cetera. If there's a request to do that, we'd have to think about it because it's not something we directly envisioned or scoped for. I mean,
But it's
off
not
the top of my head, I don't have
it's no
a no for
precluded
that.
based on
No, because the APs are they're distinct, and we didn't want to think of every single possibility that or to mandate that AP3 had to walk in with data already or something like that. But if it's possible and that's the only means of doing it or a means of doing it, and it's justifiable and it doesn't just blow the budget up insanely and doesn't cause conflicts and all the other things that need to happen, I don't particularly off the top of my head have any problem with it. Yeah.
If it's a budget issue, justify it. It shouldn't be a data sharing issue, but read the ISO. There's a lot of language on data sharing. If any AP data that's shared among all the TA performers should be fine.
I just want to reconfirm that I heard something earlier right. So if a site is used for TA1 to produce data prospectively, can that same site be used by AP3 later to test the clinical trial?
We are going to clarify that question in writing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should be feasible. I have a feeling there's going to be difficulties in assessing for conflict of interest. I think that, especially with this kind of emphasis we have on trying to get the work started and on contract as soon as possible, because, as I said, it's we're trying to balance the goal of getting the very best output for the American public out of this program, but not running into issues that could derail the program because they bring up issues of potential conflict. That's our problem.
In case it's helpful, there's guidances from the FDA in terms of building models at certain sites versus validation. So we can talk further if you want.
Oh, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, Rishi Kalmeshwaran from Duke University. Just following up on that point, if it's, if there's like a public data set from a certain public institution, and these TAs use that institution is also a AP3 participant, is that now excluded because it had already a priori distributed public data, which was used as part of the TA1 training?
I think once data are public, they're public.
Yeah, because
then
all
they're
of
not
the
attached.
all of the TA performers would have equal access to it, right? What we want to avoid is TA performers having a leg up on other TA performers, especially because there's going to be a down select. But in this case, like you said, once it's public, everybody has equal access to it. You choose whether or not you're going to use it, right? Thank you all. I'll turn it back over to Yoram.
Okay, so yeah, so we're kicking off the commercialization transition section. Just to give a little bit of background, again, because I realize our process is sometimes opaque in terms of what's going on behind the scenes that lead to this. So I arrived at the agency like in December of 2024. I think by about a month later, after onboarding, I was already contacted by components within the agency that said, if you want, we will set you up with a sort of executive in residence transition mentor to help you walk through commercialization. And because I knew I wanted to do commercialization in a major way, I jumped at the idea. But then, I just sort of assumed that, they having interacted with XIRs in other settings in the academic setting, I didn't have high hopes for it. Well, then, I get the CVs and I was blown away at the quality. And as amazing that quality was, one of them stood out above all of them, and that was Ramon. So for people that don't know him, for people in the audience, I want to see a show of hands. Who's ever used Ingenuity Pathways software? Okay, say thanks to this guy, because he made Ingenuity Pathways, right? So I think that's it. We've answered like why he's here. So it was humbling to have that, and so he's not just a leader, but also a thought leader in the space. So that having him on the team was phenomenal. We then expanded the team. We're going to introduce Chris Jeffers a little bit later. And then also we added Tim Buckman as a sort of SME on the clinical side of things. But that team of these folks has been instrumental in the months in the lead up to the launch of this program. So we have been doing a tremendous amount of weekly discussion and more nonstop for over a year on what it's going to take to get this to the end goal, right? And I think that's reflected in what is in the ISO. It's reflected in the discussions. So you need to understand this is not nice to have. This is not a checkbox because, ARPA-H says so or whatever. This is an absolute central built-in piece of the process. Okay, so I just full stop there. So the team is listed there over to the right. And the way to think about this is the again, thinking about this current state and also where we are going to go. So I think I mentioned this, some of you already know this, there's this perception of intractability of critical illness, right? Which has meant that, and I take a step back from that. By around between 2005 to 2006 or so, it looked like everybody was going to be in critical illness because Eli Lilly's Zygris came on the market. There was a lot of excitement around that. Multiple companies decided to come in on that bandwagon. I think that there was perhaps, because the way that drug emerged, it was somewhat coincidental. The way the concept of focusing on its mechanism of action, which was related to was thought to be related to coagulation, was kind of novel. There was a lot of interest in coagulation as an inflammation adjacent pathway. I think then eventually it was discovered that a lot of its mechanism of action probably was anti-inflammatory, right? So the companies that came in with very targeted coagulation-specific therapies as kind of, attempts to kind of come in on that pathway, when that drug ended up being not as successful as it could be, because again, don't want to get into the full history of it, all those other drugs pretty much fell off a cliff too. And all of the investment ran to the hills right afterwards. And we've been in that stage since then, right? The game has shifted to marginal gains, whether you can diagnose infection a little bit quicker or a lot quicker. Maybe you can combine that with diagnosis of the inflamed state, but it's like everyone looks to the right and to the left to de-risk what they need to do. And the money people just wait for everybody else to de-risk everything, right? So again, hopefully some of the venture capital participants are online, are able to hear this. So our goal is that we need to ensure the long-term sustainability, the durability of the products that we generate, right? We cannot just have a ... and magic will happen at the end of year 5 and then stuff will start to come in, because we know that it might not. I mean, for those of you that are not aware, something that nobody thought would ever happen, which is that the SBIR would not be reauthorized, has happened, right? And we are in a place where the guaranteed source of funding for small businesses is in doubt. So we cannot operate this program with the assumption that whatever longstanding thing you think will be there available will be available. And we already know that for this particular field, there is no such thing, right? So that's a huge lift. Okay, so what do we want to be able to do? We want to support commercialization by helping with as many resources via our commercialization arms within the agency. We want to try to make sure that, so if you're working on this, you want to be thinking about how you're going to commercialize from the beginning. We'll talk about that some more. You want to be giving us regular updates, us, me, my team, and that includes the broader team, Ramon and Chris, et cetera. And we will be assessing the status and providing you feedback. So I mentioned that, so there will be roughly biannual, in the sense that we're putting together a panel of SMEs that will cover the broad array of expertise from clinical, commercialization, regulatory, and at least twice a year that there's going to be a sort of formal assessment. Once will be this sort of a pitch deck that will come from each TA team. Will go to the SME panel. So they're separate, right? So they will be evaluating one, for each individual TA type A team, and then the second time will be Shark Tank style panel, where every performer team or TA team is being actively compared against every other one. Again, you're sending in a pitch deck. The expectation is that the pitch deck for 6 months from now looks a lot further ahead than the pitch deck from 6 months ago. If you look at some of the other programs we're funding, the pitch deck would look farther along a week from now. I mean, that's just how these things go. So and then that can be unnerving, right? Because you're going to be directly compared, and this head-to-head comparison mentality sticks throughout the program. AP3 platform trials are set up for head-to-head comparisons. That's what they're for. So if that's a bit of a segue, but the AP3 component can assess one team's solution 1 versus solution 2, or across from this team's solution to this other team's solution, right? There's a direct comparison. That's a huge piece of this, right? So we want to make sure that, well, ideally everybody moves forward all the way to the end, right? We know structurally that we've put in a down select because the likelihood is that it's not going to happen. But the goal is to try hard for everyone, right? Okay, so IP. And we can talk about this more in the Q&A, because Chris Jeffers will bring up as more of an IP background as well. So proposers will submit an IP strategy and the goals, and all of this is detailed in the ISO, because read the ISO. So to build a sustainable and interoperable ecosystem that covers all the measure, modulate, and measure, model, modulate, right? So, and then to this other last part, to promote this sort of broad public benefit, most of which will come out of the data sides of this, which we've already discussed. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Ramon.
Okay, hi everyone. So in my day job, I spent a lot of time working with startups and working with researchers and technology transfer offices to figure out how to get innovations actually out into the market and adopted. And one of the things that I often sort of need to hammer home is that if you're going after funding, perhaps especially from VCs. You got to be able to boil it down to a fairly simple story that's got some solid evidence behind it. That's true for most efforts, but for efforts like this, where the problem that we are trying to solve is fundamentally complex and it's got a lot of moving pieces, it's going to be especially so. And so a lot of what we have spent time on over the past year or so now is really trying to nail down what do we need the world to look like in 5 years, assuming at least one, if not several teams have gotten successfully to the end. And we don't want things to sort of fall off a cliff once the 5-year program ends. What we're actually aiming for is to sort of build up these efforts to kind of a level of escape velocity such that once the program ends, they are already on their way transitioning out to sustained funding and eventual commercialization. And to put it very simply, we think the solutions are going to need to be approved, they're going to need to be adopted, and they're going to need to be allocated. So broadly speaking, the other stakeholders that are going to have to conceptually give a thumbs up for this thing to move forward are the regulatory bodies that are going to oversee it from a safety standpoint, the providers, the ICU physicians or staff that we're expecting to use this thing once it's out there, and the payers or whatever bodies that we are expected to shell out the money to pay for it to support individual patients. And so a lot of what we have tried to do is structure components of the program, including milestones, along the way in the first 5 years, relatively lightly early on, but gaining momentum and becoming increasingly important as we move forward, so that those will set us up for success, or set you up for success, more importantly, to be able to keep pushing this forward to translate it out into commercialization and adoption. So this is sort of a lot of what we're going to talk about next is with these kind of concerns in mind. I am not a ICU specialist by any means. My last exposure to this space was about 20 years ago when I was lead on a PI on a project for the DoD at the time called TMTI, which was instrumental actually in helping us build our systems biology solution IPA. And so my exposure to this is sort of through hemorrhagic fever viruses and a lot of sort of scary infections, but gave me a deep appreciation for how non-trivial it is to get your hands around what's going on immunologically within a patient, and let alone coming up with effective models that could be used for predictive purposes. So I'm very excited to be involved in this again. One of the things that was very helpful for me in sort of helping Yoram and the rest of the team talk through some of these issues is imagining what a possible embodiment of innovation might look like in 5 years. Obviously, we don't know. We've tried very hard not to put too many constraints on this because we want you to be thinking about sort of creatively about what the most effective packaging of sensing and modeling and modulation is for this to be successful. But by way of illustrating how we are thinking about the transition, the commercialization components, I put together a slide here that's got sort of 2 example ways in which this might come together. Again, sticking with the vision here that this is going to be patient specific. And so we've got each box there is sort of a different scenario with 3 different colors representing the sensing, the modeling, and the intervention or the therapeutic modulation. Where we might imagine one that has come up with a novel diagnostic approach that is then get pumped into a digital twins modeling approach, but whose eventual output will be guidance on which of existing therapies to use. So you won't necessarily be submitting a new IND. I mean, whether you do or not is going to depend a lot on the specifics, but you are likely working in a space where you have drugs that have already been proven effective or at the very least safe for some other indication. In that sense, you've got a leg up relative to a pure de novo application. So this could be an example, these are hypothetical examples to kind of help us imagine what the world's going to look like 5 years from now and what we want to have in place. So potentially a lab on a chip platform that's going to guide selection of existing immunomodulatory drugs based on what that lab on a chip's output tells us when fed through a patient-specific model. A different one might be where you're using existing assay technology, but feeding it through a novel modeling mechanism, and again, repurposing existing therapies. This could be off of an existing genomics platform, let's say, and you're using that to really figure out what these individual control points are, and feeding that into feeding the measurements for a particular patient into the modeling platform and producing guidance that comes out of that. Those might go through fundamentally different regulatory strategies and paths, depending on where the real novelty is and what components need to be demonstrated to be safe and effective. There's, probably an infinite combination of ways we could plug this stuff together. We're highlighting this because understanding what your vision is for what this will look like should you be successful is something we will be looking for in the proposals. We want to understand where, if everything goes the way you hope it will, what are we going to be looking at in probably by year 4 or so, and saying in 2 years, we want to be able to move this thing into transition out of ARPA and into whatever its next shepherding organization will be. Our goal here, as Yoram has stated explicitly, is we're really aiming to get something where all 3 of these components work together, and we've got sort of a home run solution that implements this cycle. At the same time, we recognize there's likely going to be quite a bit of innovation in the individual components that come along this, so there isn't only one thing here that has, I think, a healthy commercialization potential. There may be data sets that come out of this that could be commercialized. There may be improvements to, or even development of assay platforms or of modeling technologies that may have a life on their own, independent of supporting this. All of those are routes to eventually supporting the goal of improving health for the American population. Obviously, we're focusing on really trying to make the home run work, but we want to understand where there are, let's say, secondary commercialization and transition opportunities as well. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say here. So let's, if we go forward one slide, so another way to look at this is so Yoram had a slide that showed where we think we want to be in 5 years and where we think we want to be in 10 years. And this slide is sort of a different way to look at that. That's looking at what the first 5 years are going to look like, which is the blue part of the timeline arrow, and what that needs to look like in order to enable the second 5 years. Where, as I said, throughout the performance period in the program, in addition to the technical performance, basically demonstrating that this approach works, we're looking to see incremental progress on these other, call them stakeholder constituencies, that are going to have to be supportive of getting this thing out into market. So early on in the first year or two, we'll be looking to make the federal and industry data repositories available to support validation of the data sets, and we'll be expecting performer teams to be defining the regulatory path and establishing relationships with all the partners they need from these other constituencies. A key one is, who are we going to work with that is going to take over the reins on this thing if we are successful? So we want to certainly have candidate transition partners identified within that first 2-year period, to the point where by the time we hit year 3 or 4, we are not only going to be validating the models, but we have some commercialization entity. This could be a new company, this could be an existing large organization that's interested in licensing the capability should the rest of the milestones be met. In theory, it might even be one of the existing performers if they can step up to the plate on that. But the key thing is that this new co, sorry, we're calling it commercialization co now, both NewCo and the investment community is bought in enough that they're saying, we like the direction this is going, the early results are promising. If this thing continues to hit its milestones, we're very excited to help it continue to survive and thrive out there. By the time we hit year 4 and are heading into year 5, actually even before that, I think we are expecting at least a small amount of skin in the game funding to be coming from the commercialization vendor. So it's more than just sort of an LOI. It's coming with some fuel to put in, with the expectation that if we continue to hit those milestones, it will continue. By the time you hit year 5, we're expecting external fundraising to increase, as well as the FDA engagement. We're looking to get to a pre-IND or equivalent submission by the middle of that last year. The specific route, the specific submission is of course going to depend on the particular embodiment of innovations that you've got at that point. But from a maturity level, we want to get to the point where that submission has gone in before sort of the clock stops on the program, and ideally, 6 months before, so we've hit the timelines where the FDA has a chance to respond and gives an indication. Through year 5 and beyond is where we expect essentially the commercialization organization to be taking over the reins, to be stewarding through first-in-human data generation, securing funding for additional or pivotal trials, and preparing for market launch. To the extent to which the digital twin technology, either in its entirety or perhaps just a component, let's say perhaps there's just one model that needs to be actually commercialized, we've kind of thought through how that is going to get embodied in the final product. Actually, that's not just for digital twins. I think that's probably true for any of the 3 components. So let's say you were going to take a genomics approach and look at whole genome or whole RNA transcriptomes to identify your molecular markers in the early stages. You may or may not need whole transcriptome real-time assays when this thing launches. Chances are you're going to identify a subset of markers that can be the basis of a much smaller panel that you could use as the basis for the actual commercialization. That's the stuff that needs to be put together and tested and validated through the process and will be the thing that eventually gets commercialized. And again, yeah, we're hoping that by essentially year 8 from start or year 3 post into the commercialization phase, we've got FDA approval, the partnerships with pharma, AI platforms, and payers has been activated, and we can start to generate revenue along with market entry. Obviously, as we get further out in this timeline, the error bars on the exact timing varies more, but I think if we take a step back from this, the thing that we really want to emphasize is that the program management team that you will be working with and they'll be looking at these results, as well as the folks we bring in from outside, like this Shark Tank group, they're going to be thinking about all of these components, right? I mean, we've talked a lot about regulatory here, but provider adoption is critical here. So we have to have something that the ICU physicians or the ICU staff or whoever's actually going to be using the device or the thing that you're building, we want them to have their stakeholders without whose thumbs up this is dead in the water. So bring them in early. Figure out a way to bring in something like an advisory group or experts or however you choose to do it, but we want to know that you are talking with that group and you've gotten them on board enough to say, yeah, if this thing works medically and you get it approved and you figure out a way to build it and sustain it and so forth, I can see this being an additional box in the ICU or whatever thing that I would need to do. This isn't going to completely blow up my workflow. We will be looking at that across at least all 3 of those sort of stakeholder constituencies, regulatory, providers, and payers. At the end of the day, this thing is going to have to show up as a line item or a budget, either a budget item on the hospital's line, or if this is going to be something that's going to go under reimbursement, there needs to be a reimbursement strategy that's going to go along with. So really thinking through how do you make this sustainable and a viable business. Technically, it doesn't need to be a for-profit business. There are other options there as well. The key thing is that there is a home for this to be sustained without forever being on the teat of a funding organization that is fueling it without it being self-sustaining. Did I capture that right? All right. Good. So,
yeah. So I'm going to let this slide just sit for a little bit more. The distillation of this, look at the ARPA-H pink relative to the ARPA-H blue. Those are actual colors. The pink shows up as early as possible. Think through Jeremy's slide he showed at the beginning in terms of the distribution of attendees at here. We got roughly at least equal sort of commercial and academic participation. It behooves you, if you're putting in a TA proposal, to partner with the strongest possible commercialization entity so that you can hit the ground running. Like, if you don't, it's fine. I'm not saying that you can't do that. It's just that You then have to have a really credible timeline of how you're going to get to where we need you to get based on the milestones that are there by the time the deadlines come up for those milestones, right? So, and if you don't have that, then you need to demonstrate some amazing prior track record of having done that, some other way of convincing us that it's possible, right? So clearly the simplest solution is to partner up, which is the goal of teaming, which is the central reason for being here. So enough said about that. Just to kind of wrap up this so that we can have kind of a panel discussion Q&A in a second, just repeating the obvious. Our goal is getting life-saving products, maybe they'll end up being as services, to the ICU for the benefit of the American public. And we are planning for durability and sustainability from the word go, right? We're looking for technical innovation that has to be matched to commercial viability and clinical integration. So you can't just wow us with your latest high impact paper as an indicator of how greatly it will commercialize. In some cases, those two things have gone together, and there's people in the audience that have done both, and you know who you are. But I mean, I think that the main thing is to keep an idea of, what am I going to do? How is what I'm going to do going to end up becoming a real thing, right? And so then just that last section there, this transition readiness and the idea that every proposal has to include a plan to address all those points there. Again, just different restatement of what Ramon just said. The end users, what's your business model? What's your regulatory pathway? What's your IP strategy? What's your transition plan? So I'll pause. I'll stop there in terms of the formal slides. We'll leave the slide up. I'd like to introduce Chris Jeffers from the Transition Commercialization team as he works his way up. And then Adria, if you can come up as well. Yeah, sure. Anybody that deals with money and ARPA-H gets to sit up on stage. Because I have a feeling some stuff this will be an opportunity for some cross-cutting questions. So might as well just hold on to that. So Chris, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misstating anything. Chris has you good? All right. Chris has a background in computational biology that then naturally segued into a career as an intellectual property attorney, which then naturally segued into the sort of venture world, especially this emerging concept of a venture studio. So while everybody's thinking about all the questions they were going to ask, Chris, maybe you could talk a little bit about this venture studio concept and some of the wrapped in ideas around intellectual property that we've been discussing that might pertain to this program.
Sure. Okay, there we go. So if you're not familiar with it, one of the more novel concepts that has started to take over venture capital, I'd say over the last 5 years particularly, but certainly 10 years significantly, has been kind of the evolution of venture capital into more of what we refer to as a studio model, meaning you have a centralized group of resources that are often flagship is the architect of this, archetype of this, Arch Ventures, Raven Capital, and for RE Capital, there's a whole series of these where there's a series of resources central, usually drug development resources. There are other AI studios and others, but for this purposes, let's talk about drug development. And therefore, there are a series of assets that actually are developed by a single team. There'll be a series of technical specialties within that studio. So you can build a studio for any particular purpose. And what that does is it aggregates, and what it's really particularly good at is where you have these large pieces of multi-component intellectual property that are really bolt-ons from, and this is going to be a perfect example of that. So whether we work in a studio environment or not, I think is an open question. I think what we can take from that is the way that you aggregate the intellectual property with that. So one of the things, obviously what we hope is that whoever the proposers are have a plan for how they're going to handle intellectual property all the way out to commercialization, that we just get to look at it, give a thumbs up and say, that's exactly how we would have done it, looks great. If it's difficult to do that, or if there are challenges, we have some mechanisms in place that we are contemplating for how to make sure that those rights get to an ultimate commercialization partner while still preserving the intellectual property needs for the sponsor. Because obviously you're not going to want to give up your IP if you have secondary IP needs. So we could talk about that a little bit more, but we are talking about these aggregation and sort of integration entities that we'll use to sort of help to get the IP from the top line down to the commercialization group. Yep, fair way to put it.
That probably threw the cat amongst the pigeons and will probably spur some questions. Yes, our second prize winner for most questions asked.
Hopefully I stay in a second, please. Is this on? Nope. I think there's a switch.
How about now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Just to kind of get regulatory focused for a second, is the explicit goal of the program to develop a companion diagnostic, a complement diagnostic, or a diagnostic that matches a drug? From a pure regulatory perspective.
So, well, I'll let Ramon. So, more than likely, I don't, and I can't speak to the FDA how they're going to think about this, right? And I want to preface that, but remember that we're looking for the ability to forecast the trajectory of the patient and suggest what are likely to be multiple different intervention strategies, or at least multiple intervention points, which are likely going to be different targets for different drugs. So if you mean at the level of that, which I put one of those bullet points in my intro slides about this idea of a companion diagnostic that goes with every single drug. I don't know how the FDA is going to think about this when you're coming up with effectively a universal diagnostic that is applicable to a variety of drugs and non-drugs as well, right? This is part of the conversation. So by total coincidence, yesterday at ARPA-H, we had a high-ranking person from FDA that we just happened to throw this on them and talk about it, and there's a lot of interest. So I think we're going to be catalyzing in that discussion because I think this fits into a kind of different category. I don't know. Maybe you have better insights than that.
I guess maybe I can change the question a little bit. In the explicit indication for use that the FDA is going to approve, are you going to make a statement that a drug is going to be administered as a consequence of the diagnostic? Do you expect that level?
It's a again for one particular embodiment of this. Yes, another one may be that it will be used in combination with a device. That's why I'm saying I don't. I mean, it's not like only like that will not be the single only outcome that's foreseeable, right? But I think from a drug situation, it probably is. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm misinterpreting here, but essentially the modulate component of the wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, whether or not it is actually a drug or another intervention, so there may be non-pharmaceutical things that could be applied that could have a meaningful
yeah, I'm
impact.
sorry. Any intervention, is it associated explicitly with intervention?
When we think about the home run,
yeah.
Yes. It is
because
all three of those.
that's what made me really excited about this program is that you're not just doing a diagnostic, you're not just doing a prognostic, you're literally suggesting an intervention associated with the. But that leads me to believe is more a companion diagnostic than it is a diagnostic.
Yeah, I think the analogy, a companion diagnostic, or I mean, I know the FDA has these sort of combination approaches that where if you have something that's got a device and a therapeutic in it, there's I don't know how well trodden a path this is, but there is a path to do that. Now, my understanding is they will try to figure out which of those two is actually the primary contributor to the care and say, well, that's either going to push you down a medical device route or down a therapeutic route. But that's something that would have to be worked out depending on which particular embodiment you end up with. The core assumption here is that the home run we're looking for is something where the treatment is, the intervention is meaningfully different, modulated, based on what happens in the with the sensor data and how that is processed by the digital twin model.
Okay.
The reason that we're not simply saying yes is because there's a distinct possibility that there'll be new terminology used for this type of approach. But it could be that they will fit it into this exact framework where they will just treat this as a companion diagnostic that's available for a huge array of different possible drugs.
Yeah, there can be companion diagnostics there where you have multiple drugs on the indication for use. But there's very clear guidance from the FDA for co-development of a companion diagnostic with a therapeutic. And I'm just wondering if that's how we should be thinking about the regulatory path as we plan for the next 5 years. Obviously, you have to think about it very early in the process. So anyway.
Great point. And as I said, as a version 1.0 assumption, the answer is yes. As I said, we're trying to talk to the FDA to make sure that they're understanding the potential transformative possibilities that can come out of this that might require them to think more openly and broadly about how it is that you address this issue. So that's the only reason I'm not simply just saying yes, because
The studio example you just went through on commercialization makes sense. I'm Nick from DataVant. But in that instance you have like Flagship as the central entity, right? Here you have potentially 6 or more teams working on different parts of the program. When we come up with our commercialization approaches on each of those elements, and I know you already stated you can break it into certain elements, you can keep it all together, but if you're an AP1 performer, you're responsible for that work. Are we supposed to come up with commercialization strategies for like the thing that gets deployed to health systems if we're not in the arena of developing that? You have like R&D approach and you have the thing, right? Like
just to be clear, you meant TA1 probably, not AP.
Sorry.
Sorry,
yes.
For the record, yeah.
Yeah.
So can you just state that again? So you're a TA1 performer, and I guess you're saying the TA1 diagnostic component is its own thing.
Yes.
And then what was the rest of the question?
There's more components in TA2, TA3, et cetera. We're not governed under one central body. So if a TA1 performer is putting in a commercialization approach for the part that they have purview over.
So I think here's the fundamental fallacy.
Okay.
It's an integrated program. The IP that's coming out of that program is probably communicated to us via the project lead because it's a group effort. If you're walking in saying, oh, trust us, there will be a host of products. So this will come out of TA1 and that'll come out of TA2 and that'll come out of TA3. You've just sort of X'd yourself out of what we're trying to do right now. That doesn't mean that on the path towards integrated solutions, there are things that drop out or parts that can be commercialized sooner than other parts because they're heading towards a larger whole. That's fantastic. But if you start out going, I love the concept of integration and I love it so much I'm going to fragment it on day one, right? Like that's not going to fly. Gotcha. Just so we understand it. Because again, there's this entire possibility that we're creating a kind of new class of device at some level or intervention or however else you want to think about it. So we want to make sure we achieve the goal clinically and make the IP fit that with the idea that there's probably dropouts that happen for a variety of reasons. We can talk about a variety of reasons. Some of them are just because they're logical intermediate steps that have their own commercialization potential, right, Ramon? So that's one possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, did you say you're from DataVant? Mm-hmm. So I think, it is very likely that there will be technical and performer components that are vital to the early part of this program that may not need to exist in that same embodiment in the commercialized thing. So I'm going to do a total hypothetical here, but if people were using DataVant's technology to link patient records in order to get data up front to build the models, you may or may not still need that to treat an individual patient at the end because you probably have all that information. 100%. I can imagine a world where there's a company that's doing that saying, okay, but we want to be able to update our models every 6 months. And that's kind of like doing a little R&D phase. So we do need some component of this. It may just be different than what was used in the early stages. So, we need success in those early stages for that to be successful, and for there to be thinking that goes into it saying the package that eventually makes its way to market, what needs to be in there. And those can be two separate things. We care more about that package being commercialized successfully. It's not to say you shouldn't look at commercialization options for, let's say, your part of it, but that is secondary to the integrated whole making its way out.
That makes sense. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tim Buckman, this is as much a comment as it is a question. For any of you who've been involved at the bedside, it takes an enormous amount of effort to get something new adopted. As you looked at Ramon's slide and he talked about providers and adoption, it's very important to visualize what is going to be required to make that product useful. Perhaps you're looking at monitoring an entire population, an iontophoretic something that's on the patient, that's continuously monitoring a large population. Who's going to look at it? How's that going to rise to attention? What are the actions that are going to be taken? Is it the nurse at the bedside? Is it a second layer of monitoring? Perhaps you're imagining a chip device that'll sit somewhere in the ICU. Is that going to be managed by laboratory medicine, or is that going to be managed locally? If it's going to involve the laboratory, a laboratorian probably needs to be part of your team. And if it is a device that sits in the laboratory, absolutely. Now, I have to say I'm married to a laboratorian, so I've listened to this for decades. But making sure that you have the entire complement of individuals who would be required to embrace this thing is going to be pivotal to the success of any commercialization venture. Think broadly. Don't just say, oh, we'll build it and they will come. I've seen so many episodes where it's been built and has flopped miserably.
Thank you for saying that, Tim. I think you made me realize that one of the real truisms that has been quoted again and again to startups, especially ones that are heavily in the digital space, is that you have to get out of the building. You cannot think hard about how your users will use it. You have to get out of your head. You have to go and actually find them and talk to them again and again and again and again. And it will give you, it will rule out things for you, and it will also educate you about better paths to take going forward in ways that, secondary research or reading publications will not. So, as you move forward through this, figuring out a way to factor this into your timeline, including figuring out who are the people who are going to do this and go visit ICU docs and talk to them and interview them and bring those insights back to the team. Who's going to do that? Make sure that they're budgeted for that, and you've got a way in your process for factoring that back in.
Yes, and we'll do our best to, we're going to provide some structure around that. We have AP3, which among other things I said, will act as a little bit of that sounding board. We will have our Shark Tank panels that will evaluate you, but that's not a substitute. We're not the ones who are going to do your homework, right? Like, we're going to be the ones grading your homework, right? So it's just think of it that way, right? Like we're going to be the ones, to use the analogy, giving the lesson and then giving you the homework assignment, right? So it's like you need to think through the components. So when you're saying, a lot of people think when we're submitting to ARPA-H, oh yeah, the more blue sky, the better, right? This is blue sky to some degree, but like Tim just said, like Ramon just said, it needs to be anchored, and it needs to be able to say that you have the expertise, the setup to be able to do all those parts, or here's a plan for bringing them on board by such and such a time. Right.
And I think if you go out and you talk with potential funders, especially private or VC funding, you'll hear that they will look more favorably on your pitch if you can demonstrate that you have really done your legwork to hit sort of acceptance milestones from these three constituencies. And if you don't, Yoram said we're grading you, but we're sort of pre-grading you because the VCs are going to grade you for real. And it's this stuff takes time and takes money to do correctly. You have an opportunity to build it into the proposal so that it actually gets done during these first 5 years rather than by the commercialization organization afterwards.
Alex Charney from Mount Sinai. A few mentions were made to having a commercialization partner on board when you submit, and I'm just wondering if you could clarify what do you mean by that? Do you mean like our tech transfer office, or do you mean like a VC studio as part of our application team?
You want to take that one, Chris?
Well, here's the way I look at it. Yorm, tell me if you think about it differently. But I mean, it's a question of what's going to be most competitive for you. I think there are going to be people who come to these programs with a fully fleshed out commercialization plan. And it's going to make them much more competitive than a tech transfer office is not a commercialization plan, right? I mean, that's a group that's going to help you develop a commercialization plan. So a commercialization plan is, here's the partner that's going to pick this up at the following type of transaction. They're going to commercialize this in the market with a sales force. So and I would say for the academics, as a guy who's done startups for 30 years with academics, you need to consult with an industry person. You need to consult with a real commercialization. Don't go to your tech transfer office and expect them to give you advice that's going to be suitable for this. It won't be enough because somebody's going to come here with really good. So I would say the further you can get down that road, the more competitive you're going to be. But obviously it's not prescriptive in any way.
Sorry, I wasn't referring to the term commercialization plan, but I heard the term commercialization partner.
Right. So think of it as like this. You need to get a product into an ICU. Is the University of X going to be the one making the widget and getting it into the ICU? No, it'll be a for-profit company probably, right? So that's what we mean.
So there's this expectation that in 2 weeks from now that we should have like a venture group like going in with us on this application.
Venture is funding.
That's funding for that. The partner. So again, I don't want to be calling out anybody here, but just look at our teaming site and you will see multiple entities that are industrial going concerns, companies that have expertise in this space, that have track record in this space to some degree or another, right? That are structured for the taking to market the technologies that are getting developed. So that's the entity we're talking about. And again, what typically happens is academic groups spin up cool technology. The tech transfer office wants you to assign the IP to them for that. And then ... magic happens and all kinds of billions of dollars roll in. Well, that's actually not going on, right? A lot of what happens is that invention disclosure, I hate to, I hope I'm not hurting anyone here, but that invention disclosure ends up going nowhere. And then the outcome is nothing. And so the net result is R&D money spent that does not result in a product. And it's not about the product for product's sake. It's just that the way of getting this into the bedside is a product. It's not thoughts, right? So that's the point, right? Now, again, the typical way in which this happens in other funding scenarios is fund the R&D and it's someone else's job to get the thing commercialized. And that's how it's been and still is in certain instances. If you look around you and especially read some of the news, there's clearly a rethink around that. Like, how well has that worked, right? And for us in this agency, the whole thing is structured around get to the biggest meaningful outcome in the shortest period of time. So that's the structure. Yeah.
I mean, I think part of it also is Yoram, I think in the previous Q&A said, look, it'd be great if you could walk through the door with a commercialization partner, fully signed up. It would be great. That's probably really hard, especially given the amount of uncertainty about what the thing is we'd be sort of asking them to commercialize. That's
Right.
why if you look at the timeline slide, we had, there was more of a graduated approach, which is to say you need to be really talking with them actively no later than the first 2 years and picking one by the end of those 2 years. Now, if you happen to be in a situation where you've already got some relationships or you know that the embodiment would be a slam dunk for, let's say, Philips to commercialize or something, yeah, talk to them now. Maybe they want to come in. But if they don't want to come in, don't steer clear of applying. Understand that the point we're trying to make is If this stuff gets left till after the program, even if this stuff gets left until year 5, it's really risky. And so we're doing everything we can to communicate clearly, and we will be having checkpoints and put pressure along the way of saying, great scientific progress, who's going to take this forward, to the point where you've got funders signed up, they've put money in partway through rather than at the end. So we're trying to be staged about it. And we want this to succeed, right? I mean, this is, you do need to do the work, but we want the good technologies to succeed and make their way out.
There are an online.
No, I'd just like to add a little bit from the ISO perspective and from the proposal writing perspective. If you take a look at the milestones and metrics, it says you need to have a transition partner by this point in time. Well, that's the last point in time by which you have to have that. The earlier you have it, the stronger you're going to be. The more successfully that you can express how you have a plan to get to that point as early as possible, the more successful your proposal is going to be.
I'm just going to slightly modify Jeremy's comment and say the more successful your proposal might be.
Always listen to Adrian. Okay?
Read the ISO.
Right. And if it's not on the ISO, listen to Adrian.
Hey, Mitch Cohen from Colorado. Thank you for all this. This is a pretty exciting conversation. So I need a little more clarity, or want to riff on this idea of a commercial partner, right? So coming in with a commercial partner, and there are many excellent ones in the room who already have a widget or a device or a sensing technology or whatever it might be. Is the goal to partner, or from ARPA's perspective, is the goal to partner with one of those and make their widget better and have it come? Or alternatively, if you're a TA1, for example, making a diagnostic or 2 or 3, to have a commercialization plan. Do you understand the tension?
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, we have a very good idea of what we're going to develop and how we're going to commercialize it, but it may not be a widget that already exists, or I would be using it on call this weekend, right? I mean, I think that's the tension that we're feeling. And so what are you looking for to solve that tension?
So to be very clear, we're certainly not being prescriptive in the sense of we're trying to make company X's products work better because of a digital twin, although if that was the approach, it's a perfectly viable one. What we're saying is there are many gradations along that path, right? There could be a startup company that is in general looking, let me just pick a space, right? In the systems immunology space, and is already thinking about applications of systems immunology-based diagnostics to disease, right? Maybe they've been thinking about cancer, but they haven't given a minute's thought to critical illness. Now you're gonna go, okay, they've got a track record in cancer. They got the ability to measure the immune system. Our digital twins based setup will tell them what they need to measure. They're perfectly capable of doing that, and they're willing to come in with us. Does that make sense? Versus, I have this really great idea. I have no idea how it's going to turn out to be as a product. Trust me on it, fund me on it. At year 2.5, I will have a company that will have already figured out all of those things that I don't know today, right? So, and again, imagine, flip the piece of paper around and go, you're the guy evaluating that, right? So it's just that, right? Like, and again, we have no idea what we're going to actually get. So we can only be speculating, but that's sort of the gradations that we're talking about. If you have the wherewithal, or for example, I can imagine another scenario. I don't know what my widget's going to be. I don't know what my diagnostic is going to be, but I've got a super interested family office that's ready to invest because they have a strong interest in critical illness. Hey, that's great, because they've just basically written out a check, just haven't finished out the amount, and they want to support you, right? Great, that would be good. But still, you have to meet all the technical requirements, right? So, yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, yeah, so I just, I mean, you did make the point earlier of the sort of technology readiness level that we sort of expect stuff to be at. So you probably should have some idea of what your widget is going to be and the platform, but it doesn't need to be something like that's on the market today that you're reusing, right? New device development or new diagnostic development does fit within the remit. It is arguably a higher risk path than if you take something that's proven and already out there. But we know we can't just take off the shelf stuff and plug it together and get this problem solved, right? Or somebody would have done that already. So that just needs to get factored in to the extent to which you are using components, or your strategy is pursuing, let's say, an assay approach for which there isn't a existing commercial solution. That's the path to get to that being approved and commercialized needs to be part of the integrated program's commercialization path.
And so a commercialization path in that example, that's a real commercialization path, a real innovation group that has built companies, that has funders, et cetera, that's not a tech transfer, just a tech transfer, is an appropriate.
Correct. And if you're looking at the medical device space, right, there's a small number of big players that are probably going to be at the long-term home for something like this. I'd be talking to them now. If the eventual path to success is there is a new approved medical device that is used in ICUs, somebody big is probably going to be the manufacturer for that. It may go through a startup after ARPA-H and then go through a startup to kind of take it to the next step. But the exit's going to be getting bought by Philips or one of the big players, right? And so bringing some of those people in, even at a conceptual level, saying, look, this is in our wheelhouse. No one's solved it from a scientific standpoint or from a clinical standpoint yet, but if this thing works, this fits beautifully into what we sell, what we know how to manufacture, what we know how to manage going forward, and so forth.
I have two hopefully very quick questions. One is actually in the line of what he just was just asking about. So if we bring a Roche or a Thermo Fisher to the table as a national transition partner for true scale to distribute it, to sell it worldwide, that's a plus?
Yeah, I would say yes, provided that Roche or whoever it is is the right kind of partner for picking things up where you think you'll be in 5 years. Sometimes these bigger organizations actually want some stage of the risk reduction to happen through another vehicle, like a startup or a biotech or something like that. But as long as the proposal that you have says, if we're successful by year 5, this is a perfect pattern match for what Roche likes to take in and commercialize. It's great.
And if you know that Roche has a hole in their pipeline or has, a lifecycle management need there or something they're going to be doing, and you've talked to Roche, I mean, that's obviously the best situation. Nobody's going to have a commercialization agreement or an option for commercialization at this stage of the game.
We actually do.
You might. Okay, great. Yeah, but many will. And that's what, but I think that's a good point for everybody. And that was the point I was going to make earlier. I think you have to look from our perspective. ARPA will get applications from commercial entities, from companies that do have a commercial infrastructure associated with them. So the commercial part will not be hard. We'll also get applications from academics that don't know anything about commercialization and are scientists. That's going to have a whole other problem they're going to have to solve. For me, if I had to choose between being a commercialization entity that had to go find an academic and an academic who had to learn how to do commercialization, I think I'd rather be the former than the latter. So if you could get yourself a partner that wants to work with you, I think it's a lot bigger hurdle to get over than, I need to find a biomarker, or I need to find something that may go into a larger system.
So just really quick question. So on the 4-page proposal, you want us to cover why Roche wants to sell the product as well? Because there's a lot to cover.
That's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
No, I think, but
Okay.
I think you can think of concise ways where you can express the degree to which there is a conversation or a relationship.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Second, super quick question. I know there's a bunch of people behind me. I noticed in the proposal there's a commercialization budget and a non-commercialization budget. Given that most of the commercial activities happen actually after the end of the project, I'm a little confused as to what should be put in the commercial budget. Like what types of activities should be in the commercial budget?
So we're pretty open-minded about that, but certainly anything related to regulatory consulting, anything related to any aspect that can be directly tied, not to the direct R&D, the direct technical development, but that will drive towards commercialization. So
the development of the actual device that's going to be placed in the ICU.
If it's going to be scale up or anything of that nature, okay. Yeah, I think you could put it there. It's just, again, think of it as we did it on purpose to make everyone have to think about commercialization and the costs associated with it and the effort associated with it upfront.
So it's not sales and marketing and the.
It's more like it might be some, but it's more like what are the things you need to think about as part of an early stage, a pre-launch go-to-market plan, right? So if you're you have to figure out what the packaging of the innovation is that you are actually going to put in the ICU. Somebody's got to do that work. That is not R&D. That we're putting that under the rubric of commercialization. In the same way, some human being has to be sort of the tip of the spear for your regulatory strategy for bringing it to market. Somebody's got to be tip of the spear for figuring out what is the embodiment of this that is going to sell and is going to be adopted, and is probably spending time talking to ICU docs to kind of confirm that sort of work.
It wasn't clear to me from the ISO whether the AP1 and 3 will also be asked for their commercialization potential, or whether you're speaking strictly to the TAs.
Really, that's for the TAs. The APs, so the AP1, the majority of the product we expect to come out will be for public benefit. Now, there could be commercial spinoffs, or it could be that the entity that comes in under AP1 is a commercial entity, in which case they may very well want to stick a commercialization aspect to it, and we'll definitely evaluate that, because any commercialization spinoff across any part of the program is an important win for us. Just realize that the majority of the thought is that, so AP3 also is a clinical trials consortium that's testing things. I'm not exactly sure what would be commercialized there. It would be a little complicated to come up with that. AP2, again, the majority of the goal is to tee up for regulatory submissions, tee up the digital twin models. There is a distinct possibility that could be done by a commercial entity. There's a distinct possibility that some of that could fall into the realm of commercializing a product for how to do that. So I could take a moment to also say one of the stretch goals for AP2 is to try to create something we're calling a meta twin. So imagine a software wrapper around multiple different types of digital twins to create a twin that captures reality more completely rather than recoding a model right from scratch. Imagine that you're funding multiple separate teams that do look at, virtualize the human critically ill patient in various ways that are directly attached to their diagnostic or sensing strategy and to their modulation strategy. We would love to be able, so we want to fund a diversity of approaches, and we want that diversity of approaches to land us in the world's best digital twin of critical illness, right? And we don't want to spend an entire other program's worth of money to do that. So what we're looking for is creative software-based strategies or other strategies by which you can take all that huge effort that we're going to be funding and convert it into an additional value add. For example, now that itself or anything associated with that may have commercial potential. And if so, great.
When you talk about AP1 building foundation models, which could be for public good, is that mutually exclusive with commercialization?
That falls under you should look at the IP section of our ISO and look at the nuance that's there, right? And yeah. Across the line between Yoram and Adria, which is.
Question from the virtual audience from Sasi Solomon, and this is probably for Chris. What do you expect to happen to IP that is contributed solely by one of the entities, or to IP that an entity brings into the project? Or maybe Adria can answer that one.
So background IP, right? IP that was developed solely outside of this program that you are bringing in, and I'm assuming for the sake of this question that it was developed outside of any sort of government funding, right? We expect you all to retain ownership of that. We expect you all to retain your rights to that. We don't typically expect to receive background IP. And I'll be honest, I forgot the first part of the question.
What do you expect to happen to IP that's contributed solely by one of the entities? So,
maybe
part
of a team?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe you could ask it to does he mean one team?
Well, why don't you try answering both ways?
Well, it would be one team because
Well, the IP would still belong to the entity.
They're really talking about the owner. I think what they're talking about the ownership of the.
ARPA-H does not want ownership of your IP, right? And so if you look at some of the language that's in the articles of the OT that I posted with or I guess Christina posted with the ISO, it talks about the fact that you'll retain ownership, you'll retain your right to patent. It talks about the limited circumstances under which the government might acquire the right to file for that patent, right? But that's not really what we're looking for. There are rights that we are requesting, and I think URM has been very clear in the ISO about what rights ARPA-H needs to which pieces of IP for this program. And so I would say, please make sure you read that thoroughly. Please don't waste your time submitting a proposal that, where you're going to assert restrictions on the things URM has made clear that ARPA-H needs, right? Because it won't suit this program. But we do not intend to take ownership of IP.
So now we can discuss that a little bit and I think that was one reason I wanted this panel, because I thought some questions would go into this regard.
Let me just add one thing. When we say read the ISO and all the attachments.
Right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Okay?
that too.
Maybe from an academic point of view, you might look at this and say, well, these are things that just if we write a full proposal, we have to add those things. Read all those now.
Right.
There's a lot of important stuff there.
Just structurally, I apologize for any cumbersome structure there. It's just the way these things operate, that we have to put all those pieces in the sections the way we did. But so again, coming back to this issue. The goal is to get these products, one way or another, into the hands of clinicians, for impacting patients. There have been many instances, and especially in the particular context of these kind of very milestone-driven projects, where you might imagine that a team makes the best good faith effort, they're moving forward along, something happens, right? They're just not able to meet the milestone, right? Or they are meeting their milestones and they're transferring, let's assume that they're a academic-based company and they're a performer and they're getting their IP generated and they're moving over to their tech transfer offer because that's what they're supposed to do in the academic setting. Now, then nothing happens, right? And we're watching the clock tick. We remind you early and often that you need to get this thing commercialized, but it's very possible that maybe that's out of your hands because you're pushing the tech transfer office. They're not, for whatever reason, getting it done. Okay, so there's a variety of reasons, but let's just imagine you're heading towards that phase 1 to phase 2 boundary, and we're not seeing that this is going to be viable, right? But we've been paying for the development of everything up until that point, right? So that IP rights section is written so that if needed, especially if it's needed and it's deemed that some of that IP that we paid for that got developed under this program, modified in some fashion, combined with some other things in some fashion, et cetera, right? And we could talk about the venture studio model, could result in an outcome versus having no outcome in terms of an actual product. That's when those kind of clauses will become active. So
maybe just let me say that really in another way is we don't really want to get involved in this. If you give us a good commercialization plan for how IP should be routed through your whole process and it meets the requirements of the state where each of the minimal rights are being allocated as we say, we'll never have to get involved because you'll have all your sub-licensing right worked out. This is just if we have to get involved, the government has the ability to step in to reallocate IP across this project. But if everything goes as we hope, you'll give us a commercialization plan that will not require that, will meet all the requirements for how government rights are associated. And we just look at it and say, that looks great. And then all we'll do, to Yorm's point, is just monitor that over the course of the 5 years. And if there comes a point where we need to intervene, we'll have those conversations. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, totally. But you understand what our thought process here. Like we would hate to get to a point at say year 2.7 where we've spent a considerable amount of money on something that goes absolutely nowhere, but from the point of view of the overarching goals of the program. And instead of just simply taking that as, well, that's just how business is and you just take a loss, right? We have the ability, if we feel that there is IP there that could materially and beneficially impact other things that are getting done towards that goal, to exercise those rights. So, of course, the simplest answer to that is don't make us go there. Make it all work, right? And again, this is actually highly intertwined with the prior question related to what does it mean to come in with a commercialization entity? Because if you have a commercialization entity on day 2 of this, and that was all already worked out, you'll never hear about this because you've already got it worked out. If you are starting a NewCo, this is why we took away the word NewCo, because the whole typical NewCo concept is sometime down the road, a company emerges, right? And all of this stuff is up in the air, and all of this stuff is possible. So we put in these guardrails. Yeah.
And on the earlier question, maybe just to answer that in light of that, if we were to have that question now, I think the answer would be work it out. Like before you send it to us, you tell us what the license is going to be, what license you're going to have. Harvard is going to license the following technology into this company. This will be licensed from University of wherever, and all of that will have, that should be in your proposal, right? This entity will have all of this technology licensed into it to do what it needs to do. If we're talking about pre-existing IP, which was the point of the question. I'm not talking about newly developed IP. So.
Thank you. Tom Helikar, University of Nebraska, Lincoln. So related to this, we know, so we're all going to be relying, or at least coming out of universities, we'll be relying on tech transfer offices, right? You mentioned the venture studio. Tech transfer offices are not the fastest organizations in the world, right? And they also, on top of that, some of them are also known to offer term sheets to license their technology that are not investable by VCs. This will be a new type of technology or technologies coming out of this that will not fall likely into any one bucket that they may classify the invention as. Is there an opportunity or a possibility for the venture studio to work with the performers to educate the tech transfer offices so that things are done in the most de-risked way when the commercialization time comes?
So before Chris answers that, there is no venture studio at this moment that we've already set up and that's waiting there, right? Like this is just conceptually a thing that could happen, but certainly, and there are existing venture studios as Chris was speaking about. So I just want to make that very clear. But then, Chris, you could talk about the hypothetical setting without venture studio.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways that could happen, right? I mean, you can propose a venture studio. You can propose that you're going to form this, and all that would be was you're proposing an entity. There's a series of technologies that go into that entity with a centralized team. That entity then integrates all of that intellectual property and all of that technology into some output product, right? And that can happen through multiple. There's lots of ways to set this up. It's a blank slate, so you can color by number, whatever you want to do, or do it from scratch. So that's kind of so I think you can propose that. Number one is you can propose in your proposal, this is the way that we would work with the studio, and we would file, and in the case, like an interinstitutional agreement and a single person manager, you can do all that. The other way is we could, propose a studio is once we sort of see what's coming in. So, but I think at the moment, really, that would be something, again, I want to go back to what I said earlier. If this is something we expect everybody, a good proposal is going to have all this stuff worked out. Like it's going to look at us. If there's a gigantic hole in the studio that isn't, then we're going to assume that was just a capability gap, right? So I think that's one of those things. We'll propose something and then we'll take a look at it.
Hi, Ayşe Gürses from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. I have a question to clarify something. I would appreciate if you can in my head. So I am by training, I'm an industrial and systems engineer with subspecialization in human factors engineering, human-centered design, usability engineering. So I basically specialized in how to design front end of these technologies so that clinicians actually use it. So in our field, there is that formative evaluation and summative evaluation. Summative evaluation is what I am mostly seeing in AP3, which is usability evaluation, technology adoption, etc. But for that to happen, you need to have this formative evaluation piece, which is basically the design, human-centered design, etc. And it is more than just going and talking to ICU clinicians. We have methods and approaches to achieve, to do that. And just talking to clinicians a few times will not give you the right info. Having said that, so is all of this be under AP3? Where is all of this?
No. So just again, to be very, very clear, everything you just spoke about, I could imagine it falling in a couple of different. Well, it actually could. Some part of it could fall into each of the areas because it depends on what part. But it is on the TA team to figure that out. The AP3 can give feedback. Did you figure it out correctly? You know what I mean? They will not do it for you. They will evaluate. They will look at it and go, yeah, that works for us. No, that does not. They can consult. To that degree, right? But still, if someone will propose a formal process like the one you've just described,
yes,
my suggestion would be to make sure you have the ability to talk to clinicians directly within your own actual scope of work, with the assumption that the AP3 component could do an additional level of that, but not to just assume that AP3 will then even directly evaluate that aspect of it. But they will certainly not build that aspect of it.
Okay, so what I understand is AP3 is more summative evaluation. This is built and comes to you and you evaluate it. But the tricky part, which I need to read TAs more carefully, is formative evaluation. How we should, which from our perspectives needs to start on day one. You need to be in the ICU figuring out these things. Otherwise, the design requirements, cognitive design requirements. So that part belongs to TAs, you are saying. Okay, thank you.
So Gary on Vermont. So I'm going to pull a vote of votes and make a comment in the form of a question. Okay. So I think it is very clear what you do not want to happen. You don't want people to spend a lot of money, work on a particular solution, and have no path for ever any clinical deployment, right? I think one of the tensions that is evident is that there is a tension between the breadth of the solution that you want to be able to have to solve the big biological medical problem versus effective commercialization, which by its very nature and experience in that already operates in a space where solutions kind of exist, right? So to a certain degree, because we don't know, and you've alluded this to a certain point, we don't actually know what particular box the solution might fit in, right? And that uncertainty is necessarily going to be reflected in the precision with which a commercialization strategy can be proposed, because that is uncharted territory, right? Alternatively, right, there are pathways that people are very familiar with, and there are potential solutions that may not necessarily have the breadth of coverage that you seem to be asking for in the scientific aspect, but yet may have increased chance of actually being something deliverable. There's an inherent tension between those two things. I'm not asking you to choose, right? But I'm just asking whether or not neither one of those things are necessarily mutually exclusive at the point of which you're proposing your solution, right? Because on one hand, you can look like you're really set and I'm ready to get something and it's going to go, right? And the other is, this is our solution to the bigger problem. We are thinking about all these commercialization issues and regulatory issues, but we understand that we may be operating in a space that is uncertain. Because Because that's kind of
Yeah, so a lot of what ARPA's tried to do is convert the uncertain into more certain, right? It's you take science fiction and make it into science, or make it all the way to products. I think that I can tell you for sure we are not interested in funding pure discovery, right? So when you start talking about the idea that to get that additional knowledge may not lead to a product, it starts to sound like the definition of discovery.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the product that you have. You don't know what box it fits in. You don't know what the regulatory path for that particular solution, which is a solution.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying we don't know. Clearly, there are ways that we've been discussing. Bobby brought them up. There are paths, right? It's more this question of, I was just adding it as and I didn't want to be misconstrued, as adding it as the idea that there could be additional new categories that might emerge, additional pathways, but that may themselves actually, if anything, streamline the process rather than making it more complex, right? That's what it's one of the endeavors that we're trying to do within our agency, is to stimulate that process, right? But at the level of this particular program, the idea is that if you've structured the digital twin the right way, it is a translational entity. It is aimed at not discovery of biology, but actionable information about how to treat a patient, which means that then it's been structured from day one for that. And then that means that the data requirements that it has, and which then are clearly attached to that, then there's a thought process about making that as parsimonious and economically feasible as possible, and viable and tractable and practicable and reducible to practice, right? Which then gets to all of these things, right? I don't believe that there's a tension, because if we pose the question differently, then I would argue you're right, and there is that problem. But because we're posing the question as center it on the digital twin, make the digital twin be directly practical, then you almost automatically get the other parts, the other two parts. And then you can think through that and say, if my digital twin was not a discovery digital twin, but a digital twin that could actionably and realistically be used, then the other parts should kind of snap into focus.
But the be used component, right, raises multiple different regulatory and commercialization paths.
Yeah.
Right. And you may not know which one of those you're going to go with.
You then can, as a very minimum, I mean, I'll let Ramon say what he's thinking, but I would say at the very minimum, if it's clear that it could be either this or that, then you lay it out. It could be this or that. We will determine that by month X, and we will go there. Rather than it could be this or it could be that, and hey, check, we're done, right? Like, because that's the problem. That has been the problem all along, right?
I mean, I think, we're not expecting all proposals to have the same distribution of risk profiles, right? And so probably another way to say what Yoram just ended on is, what we do expect is that everyone's particular proposal is taking into account whatever risk reduction they need to do to clarify these various paths. And if you have a very exciting scientific approach that has a non-clear regulatory path, you'll probably have a fatter component of resourcing and effort to try to clarify that than another proposal that maybe is using existing off-the-shelf technology that's already in the ICU. You can sort of think on extremes there, and the thing to do now is to think hard about what you think the best guess path is, or two or three, whichever ones you think you'll have to sort of differentiate between. Put those in, and then be clear, saying, we don't know the answer now, but we'll know the answer by middle of year 2 or whenever, and then budget accordingly.
And that gets to Bobby's question before, which was what goes into that commercialization budget. Yep. So that's a great example. Like, if you have to spend time and effort to make the decision among 3 potential options that relate specifically to commercialization,
We want to see that in the commercialization budget because it tells us that you've thought about it enough to stick it in the budget, right? So.
Hi, Paul Henderson, Quantum Leap Healthcare Collaborative. Data is like IP's cousin, I guess. And much like you can bring background IP to this and then generate new IP and the rights associated with that are different. What about data? So we have a biobank and it's clinically annotated and all that data was, of course, already generated. But if we participate and are lucky enough to be selected, we're going to generate new data. So can you make that analogy about what your expectations are on data rights, data sharing, et cetera?
Read the ISO is the answer. So we have very reasonably extensive sections on both the data and the IP, and they're distinct. We could, I'd rather that you did that. Yeah, thank you.
And going back to, I think Jeremy said it, make sure you read the attachments, right? Because again, in those terms and conditions that are out there, we talk about, in addition to the ISO, right? We talk about what we expect in terms of data rights and data sharing, right? Because there's going to be data sharing in multiple directions on this program. And so make sure that you, when you're looking at that, that you understand every direction in which you are expected to be data sharing.
And also in terms of data sharing in the ISO, there are clear statements about the data that stays within the team and what the expectations are for the rights of the data that different performers have with respect to the data from other performers.
Okay, this is going to be a tough question. I just warn you in advance. Are you guys familiar with the DRG problem of what has prevented innovation in the acute care setting? The diagnosis-related groups, like how hospitals get paid bundled payment for all of the care. So you have a new technology, and outside the hospital, it gets reimbursed directly. But inside the hospital, there's no mechanism to get direct reimbursement for a product. So I just want to put that on your radar as something to potentially visit with CMS, because that is killing innovation in the space. And also, are you guys familiar with the NTAP program? NTAP, New Technology Add-on Payment Program. Okay, well, we definitely want to send you information because there's a way to get direct reimbursement for 3 years for products in the acute care setting. Great. So we'll send you some information on that.
That would also be great in your commercialization plan. That's the kind of stuff we would expect you to show us that you understand in your commercialization plan. So yeah, you guys should educate us on that stuff in your plan.
Hi, I'm Lloyd Mitchell with Splice Therapeutics. We're a AP3 type company. We've developed a way of rewriting genes at the RNA level by invading splicing. It's actually in the clinic replacing 3,300 nucleotides with a single AAV. It can be done transiently. We can deliver this as RNA to rewrite the RNA. It's been used for rewriting CD40 and CD22. My questions, I have two. One is, in order to develop a therapy, we need to have genes identified. So if we're partnered with somebody who's developing, identifying new genes, we won't get a start until maybe year 1 or 2. So that makes it harder to get to an IND in the 5-year time frame. And the second thing is, what should we focus on? Should it be like, something like a steroid that, knocks out everything in the immune system? Or, if we focus on saving the liver or saving the kidney, is that going to appeal to Circle? Or should we, because we may add more things, our platform could develop, immune modulators that save different organs, or maybe if we're lucky, save them all. But how should we focus that?
So the first thing is, I think you meant TA3, not
TA3.
AP3, right? Because AP3 again is a platform trials, clinical trials consortium. So I don't think that's what you meant. But so first, the guide for what targets to select should be the digital twin, right? So you need to be connected to an entity that would be able to do the computational model of a digital twin of a virtual patient that gets to
to targets. And then you can then state that, well, you have a technology that can get at those targets, rather than we are looking to save the liver. We're looking to save the patient, right? And for each patient, there's going to be a developing cycle of inflammation, immune derangement, organ dysfunction that will vary, right? And so then the idea is the digital twin provides the actionable information, and then you have the levers, and then the modulation side is the tweaking or the moving of those levers or turning of those knobs. So that's the way to think about it. So it's we're that's why I tried to say that, I think, at the beginning of this when I gave my intro talk. We're not against development of new therapeutic approaches. It's just that absent a guiding mechanism for how to use them and for who to use them on and when to stop using them, which is the digital twin, it's not going to be a great investment from and certainly from the point of view of this particular program. So I think the way you want to think about it is look through the teaming site, or maybe the posters, see if you can talk to people that are doing the TA2 component, and say, hey guys, we're able to do this type of modulation this way. Here's the specs around that. Would that be of value, right?
So it just seems like the system's sort of set up to try and identify existing therapies that might, be immediately applicable to this patient that you wouldn't have known otherwise. But if you're trying to develop a whole new way of doing it, if we're just restricted to we're developing one thing, that it's going to have this modulation, but we're not getting the other ones yet.
No,
how is that?
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's what we're doing. I mean, what we're saying is,
what we're doing. If we're target, we have to target a gene to rewrite
exactly.
it.
And the digital twin, so this is a good.
But we're only
primer. But let's
type of the patient to start with, and then we can get, if we modulate a different gene, we're going to get other patients.
Yes. So, for example, you will have the way the digital twin is a construct computationally. It could be based on equations or on computer language programming rules, but and it has to be set at a particular scale. So if you say, I would like to modulate at the gene transcription level, right? Then the digital twin has to be set up at that level, or at least include that in its level, right? So that way, when you run simulations, they say that if you tune gene X down to this degree under these circumstances for a patient that's looking like this, you will get that outcome, right? That's how this would work. It would say the digital twin identified the target, identified how to modulate the target. You say we can make the modulator for that target.
And we can actually even turn the agonist into the antagonist.
Fantastic. But what I'm saying is that by itself is your arms without your brain. So the goal is, it's not like we're pro brain versus pro arms. We want like a whole functioning thing with arms and a brain.
We have one partner already.
Exactly. So, right. No, and as I said, I'm not trying to be facetious, but I think this is often the problem, right? Like the problem is this idea that there's a magic bullet that will be able to, and by bullet, I don't mean just a target, I mean a therapeutic approach that just by itself, it's so amazingly better than anything else that's come along, it's just going to work. Well, the track record, especially in this field, is that is not correct. So doing more of that is not likely to be productive. So the disruptive element here is the idea that there's essentially an engineering-based approach that uses these computational models to decide what and how to modulate, and that's got to be coupled to the actual way of modulating. So you do need that, but you need it all. You need all the pieces.
Right, but I was sort of saying that also, if we have to wait a year or two before we know what gene to hit, then our IND is going to come later, and then we may fall off the 5 years.
So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut this short a bit. We are over time. To make that really concise, you have to be part of an integrated proposal of all three TAs all working together. I think maybe we have one last question that's related. If we could, no, we got it? Excellent. Okay, so I think we are at break. If you could go one more slide. We're going to have go Go ahead.
Before we go to break, I just two big takeaways. The first is there have been a lot of questions throughout the entire day about, will this make my proposal strong? Will this make me successful? Is this what ARPA-H prefers? Keep in mind that all of your proposals will be evaluated against the evaluation criteria in the ISO. Okay, there won't be anything outside of that criteria that we consider. The second thing is we've done a lot of clarifying of things in the ISO today, and like I said, we are going to release an amendment next week, but keep in mind that document is what governs. So if there was anything said at all today that contradicts what's in the ISO is what's real. And the purpose of the amendment is for us to try and marry those things up, but just keep in mind if there are any contradictions, that the ISO is what we're going to live by.
Much appreciated. We'll go ahead.
So it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. Many people in the audience, in person and online, will already know Tim Buckman. My own sort of introduction to Tim came, I think, in 2002 or 2003, somewhere around that, maybe even earlier, in the context of the Shock Society, progressed on to a variety of other interactions and eventually co-publications. Tim has really contributed more than anybody I can think of to the introduction of systems concepts and systems thinking in the context of critical illness at every level, really, from the biological to the health system, and has been really a foundational mentor, not only to me, but to many people that are here. And so we thought that it was fitting as a bookend to this Proposers Day, with an idea started by Gina Coast, our Mission Office Director for Resilient Systems Office, to give some thoughts about the perspective, from the perspective of someone who's a clinician and has that systems thought process about the impact of this program and where we need to be headed. And so with that introduction, I'll turn it over to Tim Buckman.
Good afternoon. You've had a full day. Some of you have had a very long day, and a few of you have already checked the gate that your airplane is leaving from. I respect all that. I'm going to be succinct, but I also want to be useful. I'm speaking today as an individual. I'm not representing any of these other roles that you see on here, any of the other hats that I wear. There is no material financial conflict. I'm a subject matter expert. There's no honorarium. My travel has been covered by ARPA-H. Now, as you're traveling home and reflecting on what you've heard today, I want you to recall, and maybe repeat in the taxi ride to the airport, CIRCLE is how we move from treating syndromes to controlling trajectories. In the present day, our aspirational promise that keeps all of us honest is we're going to deliver the right care right now to every patient every time. That's still aspirational because we're still supporting organs, heart, lungs, kidneys, others. And to understand why this CIRCLE is not just another program, it helps to remember that what we practice today isn't exactly what we want. The everyday paradox of critical illness and critical care is that the patient will survive the insult, but there's no restoration of the organism as a whole. Our success in treating these organ systems is that we can relieve the initiating insult. We can stop the bleeding. We can restore perfusion. We can neutralize the infectious source. We can stabilize an injury. And yet the patient still fails to recover. This is our everyday paradox. We control the cause to the point that the patient initially survives the insult, But systemic integrity and organismal integrity, they never return. Omar Khayyam famously remarked, "When I want to understand what's happening today or try to decide what will happen tomorrow, I look back." For the next few minutes, I'm going to give a bit of that backstory, not as nostalgia, not certainly as a literature review. I want you to think of this as a launch pad. So when you go back to the SOL and the ISO and then back to your teams, you're aiming at the right target. The images I'm going to show here, they're 20th century images. We developed these tools that we use in critical care, whether it is dialysis or blood banking or vasoactives or defibrillators, ventilators, and collected it all in the ICU. This is a new advance, actually. For most of human history, when there was critical illness, that critical illness was no more than a momentary pause in the act of dying. Patients either recovered or they died. The ICU itself became possible when we built these support systems, and we built them at scale. Systems that can hold physiology in a narrow corridor just long enough for the body to do what it does. It heals, or at least it tries to, and it worked. It worked really well. Too well in the sense that our success created this new problem. We get people through the inciting insult, stabilize them, and they still fail to recover. Now, the monitors we use for this, the measurement, well, the ICU grew up around a control panel. We titrate oxygen because we have blood gases. We titrate perfusion because we can measure pressures and flows. We correct chemistry because we measure electrolytes. Our instrumentation has evolved. But that oscilloscope and flat screen, they're still showing us the same ECG. The Van Slyke device that was used by Blaylock in his studies more than a century ago, that's just a modern machine doing the same measurements. As for the immune system, our measurements are currently few, and none address these three basic design features. The immune system is multi-scale, it's parallel, it's feedback rich. And this leads to some differing perceptions. On the left, engineers see the problem one way. On the right, you've got clinicians trying to dial medications up and down. And this leads to some observed failure modes, the paradox that you all recognize. We treat that inciting event and the patient doesn't come back. Sometimes the immune system looks like a chain reaction that doesn't turn off. Sometimes it looks like nuclear winter, silence, vulnerability, secondary infections. Sometimes it seems to be confused about self and non-self, and sometimes it oscillates as if the rules that govern restraint and escalation have been misplaced. And at the bedside, the question is immediate, it's unforgiving. What is the best treatment for my patient right now? Now, we've tried to answer this before. Many of you remember the 1990s era of find the mediator, block the mediator. That started with Osler in 1904, who observed that, except on few occasions, his patients appeared to die from the body's response to infection or whatever the critical illness is than from it. 1972, I was just thinking about applying to medical school when Lewis Thomas wrote, "Our arsenals for fighting off bacteria are so powerful, we are in more danger from them than from the invaders. We live in the midst of explosive devices we are mined." And when Kevin Tracy and Bruce Beutler and Tony Cerami showed that anti-mediator treatment could prevent septic shock in lethal E. coli bacteria in baboons, and the inflammatory cascade was described, there was an assumption that some dominant upstream mediator could somehow be blocked to restore homeostasis. A parade of single levers pushed with sincere intent and enormous effort, it didn't work. We're a bit more insightful now. We still have to tame overactive responses from time to time, but perhaps the greater problem is that of immunoparalysis, an immune system rendered unresponsive, mute in the face of reactivations and secondary infections. We've started to phenotype this, but it's still in its very earliest stages. We need better than this. This is our current state. We have clinicians who pull levers whose effects are incompletely understood on behalf of patients whose needs are indeterminate and whose physiologic trajectory is ill-posed. It's not because the immune system didn't matter. We have the levers, we had levers, we didn't have reliable state, we didn't have trajectory. And immunity punishes timing errors. If you push the wrong lever at the wrong time, the system doesn't send you a polite note. It sends you an adverse event. Put differently, the immune system is not a forgiving collaborator in care. So history gives us requirements that distinguish Circle from just another program. Right state, right time, we got to push the right lever and do it inside a safety envelope. And if that sounds obvious, it's only because we've struggled with this for a long time. We need better than this. Our problem is that we are where cancer was 3 or 4 decades ago. We who work in the ICU depend on basketing our patients by their appearance more than by their underlying errors in signaling and response. And we have only so many baskets and so many guidelines and so many actions. Critical illness is largely a basket of baskets. We have the sepsis basket, ARDS, shock, heart failure. These are names for patterns we can measure, but they're not mechanisms, and they tend to collapse heterogeneity into a single label that very often conceals opposite biology. So we treat a syndrome and wonder why the results disappoint us. A syndrome is a label, a trajectory is a target. That was me in 2009. I survived sepsis 3. I had neurorenal and hepatic dysfunction. Let me tell you, sepsis delirium is real. If you've seen one septic patient, I can tell you you've seen exactly one septic patient. Now, fortunately, my immune system was robust enough and strong enough to dial itself down without shutting down and exposing me to everything else. But as I was sitting there in 2009, I asked myself the following question. My immune system or your immune system is more like which of these? Now, I'm going to use the aviation analogy. I've been flying for 55 years, so I think I'm entitled. Picture these 2 airplanes. That one on the left, that's what I fly. It's a Cirrus SR-20 series aircraft. It's stable by design. The physical architecture is forgiving. Controls can be straightforward, bell cranks and cables, because this airplane is designed to naturally return towards stable flight. Pilot input, that's me, maps to response in a very predictable way, and the physics does a lot of the work. That dihedral that you see on that airplane and the jet you're going to fly home on, that's engineered stability. On the right is an F-22. It's a latest generation fighter jet, and it is inherently unstable on purpose. The physical architecture buys performance and versatility, but it doesn't naturally self-correct. A small disturbance can rapidly grow rather than decay, and it's flyable only because a computing architecture sits in the loop, continuously sensing state, doing state estimation, translating the intent of the pilot into control surface commands fast enough to keep that airplane inside of stability margins. Now, the only thing they have in common is they're both 22 airplanes. The immune system's controllers are much more like that second airplane, the fighter jet. They are adaptive, they are nonlinear, and they are high dimensional. Both the jet and the immune system achieve extraordinary performance because they can change gain, change mode, and coordinate many actuators at once. But that capability is computational. It depends on sensing, integration, thresholds, memory, and control points, all internal controllers that keep the response proportional to context. That airplane, the computers are in triplex or quadruplex configuration, and even those have backup modes. Failure happens. And when failure happens, we get into critical states. What fails is often not the single part, it is regulation. Feedback loops become delayed or distorted. Gains become wrong, set points drift. The system can get trapped in an unstable regime, sometimes runaway inflammation, sometimes profound suppression, sometimes more complex than either. Here's the thing. It's not all at once. Failure of regulation precedes the failure of organs. Often the patient looks outwardly okay, and you are seeing the lag between controller failure and system collapse. CIRCLE is an effort to reverse engineer that immune controller, to observe state and trajectory, and to infer the control logic and intervene with deliberate testable perturbations so we can move the patient from an unsafe trajectory back into a stable recovery corridor. That is a very different posture than let's try the next drug and hope for the best. Why now? What changes today is not the idea. The idea has been envisioned for years. What changes now is our readiness and, frankly, our mindset. First, it's measurement. We can characterize the immune state in ways we couldn't do at scale before. Cells, mediators, function patterns over time. Second, computation. We can build models that update and bring learning closer to clinical time. And third, phenotyping. Trajectories diverge early. Subgroups exist within syndromes. That structure is precisely what a learning engine can use. So the pivot is not more tools, it's a different posture. Measure, decide, act, learn, and then repeat. Now the anchor. You've seen this diagram plenty of times today. It's what you need to have in your head when you open the program announcement again, you reread the SOL and the ISO, and you sit down with your team. CIRCLE is a learning engine. It runs in cycles. Over there on the left, sense, measure the immune state and immune trajectory at a clinically meaningful cadence. Model, build your digital twin, not a static prediction, but a model you can interrogate. Constrain, define the safety envelope, what you will not do even when you're tempted. Perturb, intervene as a controlled perturbation, whether you're using repurposed therapeutics, novel agents, a different workflow, a new device inside that envelope. Learn, update the model with what actually happened, biology and outcomes, because the point is not one answer. The point is to build an engine that improves with use. Then run the cycle again, and that is how we move from treating syndromes to controlling trajectories. That is how we get to right care, right now, every patient, every time. So what should you bring to the table? If you're forming teams, bring three things. A sensor, a way to measure the state and the trajectory fast enough to matter. Some lever or actuator, an intervention you can actuate within a defensible safety envelope. And a learning design so that every patient makes the system better, not just the next paper in an academic journal. If you can do those three things, you will have built an idea and a product that can live at the bedside. If we do this right, the endpoint is more than just survival. We've gotten very good at admission tickets to the ICU. The endpoint is more than just a better score. The endpoint is recovery and to get folks home to their families. How do we get there? CIRCLE is how we move from treating syndromes to controlling the trajectories. Thank you. I'm going to wish all of you a safe travel home. I can't wait to see what you propose, and I especially can't wait to see what you build. Thanks so much.
I want to again say thanks for this incredibly inspiring talk. For people that don't know, we published the paper literally a decade ago in Critical Care Medicine that Tim spearheaded, where we talk, or Tim invented the term, a three-stroke engine that is effectively the parts of Circle. And it's kind of
That paper is
timely.
open access, so if anybody's looking for it, you can find it in Critical Care Medicine. Search on Yoram and myself, and you'll find it. It's entitled Precision Medicine, Critical Illness and Critical Care, or something along those lines.
Right. And so yeah, the genesis of that idea was the idea for this program was put there. Of course, that was predated by a lot of work from many of the people that are here or online. But you know, I'm just incredibly lucky to have made it to this program, to have you guys here. Yeah, my best wishes to everybody as you think through how you can place yourself, your team, your entity into this program. So we look forward to seeing the solution summaries that emerge. Again, thank you all for coming and for helping make this a reality. Thank you.